No. He's over there. If you start looking this direction, I'll just reorient you. Unfortunately, I can't see. Yeah, most of you
No, I had perfect eyesight all my life, and so it started to go down. So I down on the sides. So I probably like this.
Yeah, it's
Just this eye blue.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
It's frustrating.
well, I had laser surgery like 25 years ago. But anyway, I had glasses all my life, so but I had like this 10-15 year period of maybe all. These are they make these glasses now. Even though it's not a lot of prescription, but it turns. It's just like it helps everything. So even though I don't need them, it's like they're so convenient. Maybe you're like it's darker and lighter and just like reading and distance. It's everything. Everything except taking pictures.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but it's harder to integrate.
Testing and testing and talking and testing.
Is that crispy? Is that
So I'm gonna go into the nerd closet
Yeah.
for a second and check the levels.
Unfortunately,
It's hot again.
one of those things.
One of the many things.
Yeah. Keep going.
Hey.
Everyone hear David okay?
Hear me okay? Hear me okay?
Excellent. All right. Welcome. Some of you welcome back to the Alembic. I know some of you were here for last night's fantastic presentation, which also had the Alembic logo on the slides, because as we know, David is a professional, as was established yesterday. For those of you who weren't here last night, you missed it. It was so good. But we're glad that you're here today. I'm going to go over a couple of logistics and everyone's favorite part of the day, logistics, and then we'll get started. So today we will have, in the morning, there will be a talk and there will be some time for Q&A. And what we're going to do today for the Q&A is, since we're streaming this live to the entire internet, the reason I'm pointing at the ceiling is that's where the camera is. So hello, internet. The internet can see David and the internet can see the slides, including the Alembic logo, but the internet cannot see any of you. So you can make a face, it's okay, it won't show up on the internet. The way that the sound works, though, is that if your voice doesn't go through a microphone, it doesn't go onto the stream. So what we're going to do today is we're going to pass the mic, Beastie Boys style, and that way, because last night we just we had some people in the chat who really wanted to be able to hear the questions and they couldn't hear them that well. So if you've got like microphone anxiety or you feel compelled to like say your entire social security number for some reason, like you're not required to talk into the mic, but it's just like doing a favor for our Dharma bros and sisters and they thems out there in the internet land. We will take a couple of breaks during the day, but you are not compelled in any way to have to wait till the break to either go to the bathroom or refill your tea, the cycle of life. So you can get up and leave at any point, just come in quietly. And if we're doing a practice, like if we're in the middle of a short sit or something, try not to decide that that's the time to refill your tea. Otherwise, you can come and go as you please. We will have a formal break for lunch from 12 to 1:30. And then we'll be back at 1:30 in the room. Any other logistics, David, that I'm not telling them?
We'll have lunch at 12.
I said that.
Typical Italian. You said that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was in another space. Typical Italian is sitting here thinking
in
about
the
food before
Dharmakaya for a second.
We've even
Oh, you're in the Sambhogakaya there.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so that's logistics for the day. I will pop up here more during the day and tell you other stuff in the future at Alembic that you should come to. But for now, I will just tell you that, no, I'm going to save the Alembic thing for after lunch, actually. Stay tuned after lunch to learn what an Alembic is, what we do here, and what's coming up. For now, without further ado, please join me in welcoming David Odorisio.
Thanks, Katie. Thank you. Thank you again to all the Alembic friends for the invitation and the wonderful hospitality and hosting. I love being here. I shared this last night. I lived in Berkeley for a number of years, just a couple blocks that way. And this was actually part of like my daily walk was this neighborhood. So it's really wonderful to be back here. Smell all the Berkeley smells, the jasmine in the springtime. It's just absolutely wonderful. So we have like a good amount of folks who were here last night, and we have a good amount of folks who are here today. So I'm not going to make too many references to things we did last night because half the people won't get those references. But my invitation to you this morning is to treat this day like a retreat experience, sort of like a mini retreat without sort of the overnight bunk bed aspect. We have a really nice chunk of time together today. It is a beautiful day. There's lots of things that you could have been doing today, but for whatever reason, something called you here and you chose to respond to that. So the invitation is to really allow yourself to drop in and settle and be open to this material, and then be open to whatever it might bring up for you. And follow the threads wherever they may lead you today. If you want to take a silent lunch today, if you want to go for a walk, if you want to go down to Cesar Chavez Park and sit by the water, whatever you feel called to, create space for you. Okay. So this is a weird topic. I'm gonna like puzzle piece some things together that folks might be like, what are you doing, or why are you doing this? And my hope is that by this afternoon, it'll all become clear. But basically what we're going to look at are some Christian, basically the thread is Christian, monastic, and Sufi psychology. So we're going to look at how early Christian monks, and then a couple centuries later, Sufi mystics in the Islamic tradition looked at the nature of the mind. Why? Well, part of the inspiration behind this is that when Eric and I first started talking about doing something here, Eric made a comment about practice and how important practice is to folks here at the Alembic, which is a value because that's also something that's important to me. And that's a perspective that I'm also coming from when I teach this material. And my background also happens to be in Christian monasticism and the Christian mystical tradition. So I am interested not so much in theory, as though we will talk about a lot of theory of what is mind, what is the nature of the self in these different mystical and monastic traditions. But there's really a practitioner focus. Right? I want this to be something that you can take with you and that you can apply in your own personal life and in your own practice today and moving forward. Okay. The Sufi piece is that there are a lot of similarities. There's a very, what's called in sort of academic-y circles, a theological or spiritual anthropology, an understanding of the person. So there's a very similar spiritual anthropology between the early Christian monastic tradition and the later Islamic Sufi tradition, because they're both people of the book. They're both coming from a biblical understanding of what it means to be human. And both traditions were also highly influenced by the early Neoplatonic tradition, people like Plotinus and afterwards. So the biblical and the Neoplatonic piece, when they come together, as you will see, is what really creates their understanding of the person, but also their understanding of the darker aspects of the person. In other words, the demons. So that's a part of what we're going to look at, particularly with, well, actually in both traditions. Sorry, this is complicated because I have a microphone on. It's like one of the circles of hell in here. It's so hot. Sorry, that's part of the discipline. That's part of the purification practice of teaching at the Alembic. Is it's like you have to teach in a sauna and see how coherent you can be. You've already sweat through 3 layers of clothing. Like it's not even 10:15 in the morning. Okay. And then if we can get there, so I teach at Pacifica Graduate Institute. We have day-long classes. So it's very marathon-like. So I'm used to over-preparing because I'm always concerned that in an 8-hour period of 8-hour day, oh, am I going to have enough slides? And then what ends up happening is I've had 80 slides and we get through 15. So my hope is that if I can somewhat keep us on track today, we will end with some insights from the 20th century Catholic Trappist monk Thomas Merton, who weaves together the Sufi and the Christian monastic stuff pretty seamlessly towards the end of his life. And that's where we end up with this idea of becoming a universal person. Okay. All right. So let's dive in. Someone who wrote this might be in the room. I don't know who wrote this, but this was in the Alembic newsletter that you might have seen in your inbox in early February. I thought it was absolutely connected to the material that we're going to be talking about today. So I think it's worthwhile I'm just going to read this. Unprecedented change comes like a super moon tide. Expectations washed away. We can resist or ride the current. Moving with, we keep steady. Reaching out, we find help. The world watches as humans spin. Do we remember we are the hands and eyes of the world? By calling, she answers. We take refuge in each other's arms, and in community we find strength. Elders with us and gone beyond still guide our hands as we take up the tasks they left us. Healing minds and bodies, reshaping ourselves in the alchemical vessel, the gently heated alembic, through the blackening to the prismatic display of victorious beauty and the roar of new creation. That is a very beautiful and poetic summary of what we are doing today, what we're going to talk about today, and what is at the real essence of Christian monastic and Sufi spiritual practice. Not only this notion of remembering that we are the hands and eyes of the world, that the world is that which is reflected back through us and that we reflect back to the world, but also the ways in which the divine, the beloved, reshapes us in the gently heated alembic. And in both of these traditions, that alembic is located in the heart. Okay. So this is where we're going to end up, if I can do my job well today. We're going to end up talking about Ibn Arabi and this notion of the universal person. This is one of the more celebrated quotes from Ibn Arabi's cryptic but extraordinary bezels of wisdom. Be then within yourself a receptacle for the forms of all beliefs. For God is too vast and too great to be confined to one belief to the exclusion of another. So Ibn Arabi's notion of what he refers to in another passage as the heart that is capable of every form, right? The heart that is capable of every form. And we will get there. But in order to do that, because I don't want to just come here and sort of come off as some sort of grand spiritual bypasser where we're just talking about these universal visions and universal consciousness and human oneness, in order to end up there, we really have to do the work. We have to do the work, and that involves practice and discipline. So this is from a letter that Thomas Merton, the Trappist monk, wrote to Herbert Mason, who was a student of Louis Massignon, the great Islamic Sufi scholar, French scholar, who was also a Catholic. So this is Merton to Herbert Mason. God has given God's self completely to us already. But we have to enter into the darkness of God's presence. Above all, what does not appear to be religion? What does not appear to be religion? It is out of the nothing, the void of our own self, that we freely create the paradise in which we walk with God. So this is the question for us today, is to enter into a path that is dark. We talked about the darkness of God and the apophatic mystical tradition a little bit last night. But this phrase of Merton's, what does not appear to be religion? So we're in a different kind of realm here. This is not the realm of the cookie cutter sort of, I'm certainly not assuming that folks here, everyone grew up here with some sort of churched religious tradition, but we are not in the realm of institutional churchiness. We're not even in the realm of structures. We're not even in the realm of institutions, period. What does not appear to be religion? And what does not appear to be religion is going to be ultimately the path of the heart. It's the path that each one of us are invited to walk in, the mystery of our own relationship with, that which we call God or don't call God. Okay, so we're in a different frame here. But before we get there, we're going to start in what's central to the Christian monastic tradition, but also marginal to it. Because this figure that we're going to spend time talking about this morning, this monastic psychologist of the desert named Evagrius of Pontus. Any folks here read Evagrius? All right, some Evagrius fans here. So we're going to talk about Evagrius because of his extraordinarily sophisticated monastic psychology and understanding of the human person. But it's important to note that Evagrius was eventually marginalized by the tradition. So while he's both representative of the Christian monastic tradition in the desert, he's also somebody who eventually became on the fringes of it. And the only reason that his works survived is because many of them were copied under either pseudonyms or anonymously. And it wasn't really until the 20th century, so 1700 years later, that his names were reascribed to his own texts. Okay, so he's a very, very fascinating figure that's received a lot of attention in scholarship, say particularly in the last like 50 years or so, because he's really such a wild ride. Right? So a little bit, just briefly, about Evagrius. He was born in modern-day Turkey, the son of a Christian bishop. He was a member of really the theological elite of that time. He was one of the Cappadocians, the Cappadocian fathers. So Basil of Caesarea, Gregory of Nazianzus. These were some heavy-hitting theologians back in the 4th century that were involved in what ultimately became the Nicene Creed, which was the earliest formulation of church doctrine, what it means for Jesus to be both God and man, which is the sort of the big coincidentio oppositorum of the early church. Right? This sort of crux of really how I interpret it as human nature, that it wasn't just these early church theologians trying to figure out who Jesus was. They were actually trying to figure out who they were. How can a human person, how can we understand ourselves as both fully human and fully divine? Right? That's how at least I interpret it. So Evagrius is in Constantinople. He's in his probably late 30s or so at this point, and he ends up falling in love with the official's wife in the court of Constantinople. And apparently it was mutual. So potential for scandal. He ends up having a dream, big dream, that he's under arrest and he's standing before an angelic judge. And he makes an oath. He swears to this angelic judge that he will leave town. And he does so the next day. And he heads to Jerusalem. Now, in Jerusalem, there was this aristocratic woman who was one of the wealthiest in the empire named Melania. Right? Melania had founded a monastic community on the Mount of Olives. Right? Very interesting early, what do we call it? Of course, I'm in Berkeley, so I want to compare it to, where am I sleeping again? What's it called? Kelp. Yeah. It was like a 4th century version of Kelp, probably without the polyamory. Probably without the psychedelics too. But it was a kind of intentional community on the Mount of Olives, okay, in Jerusalem. So he hangs out there for a couple of years. Melania is the one who says, you need to go to Egypt and really give yourself over and commit to this discipline. Okay, so he ends up heading to Egypt, where there was this absolutely flourishing and burgeoning, really alternative community of early Christian monasticism that was absolutely exploding in the 4th century. Partly because of Anthony the Great, Anthony of Egypt. Another bishop named Athanasius wrote a biography of Anthony, and it was like a bestseller. Okay? It was like a 4th century bestseller, The Life of Anthony. And what it was about this heroic desert dweller who goes out into live in these old Roman barracks, and he lives in the tombs, and he lives in a cave, and he does battle with the demons. Okay? So he's one of our earliest, and he becomes sort of the archetype of the monastic hero, right? Anthony. So Anthony achieves a lot of fame through this biography, and then people start flocking to the desert. Now, there's all sorts of reasons why. There's sociological reasons and economic reasons and spiritual reasons. But there was something about getting off the wheel of the Roman Empire that if you went to the desert, you didn't have to pay your taxes. You were sort of, if you basically, you had a life of freedom that you would not otherwise have if you lived in a sort of Roman outpost town somewhere in the empire. Right? So for many reasons, desert monasticism was exploding in the 4th century. And this is the environment that Evagrius ends up in and becomes a very celebrated elder teacher. Right? I'll fill in some of the other stuff as we go along. But what I want to focus on here is this path that Evagrius outlines. All right? He has this 3-stage path. people in the Christian tradition like to think in terms of threes. We were talking last night about purgation, illumination, and union. Well, the threefold path that Evagrius lays out is the practicē, the practical life, the physicē, physical, the contemplation of the physical world or the natural world, and then the theologikē. Right? So becoming a theologian is becoming a mystic, becoming a mystical theologian, right? Direct contemplation of God. So there's a three-stage path. Practice, right? Ethical, ascetic living, contemplation of the natural world, which is very important in the Eastern Christian tradition. We kind of lose it in the Western Christian tradition, but this whole notion of finding God in nature, finding God through contemplation of nature, is very, very important in the early tradition. And then finally, the direct vision or the direct contemplation of the divine reality itself. Okay, so the purpose is to purify the mind, right? Reveal the truth in creation. So creation was understood to be a text that needed to be interpreted and read. So if creation was a book of signs, you had to learn how to decipher and read the signs and symbols of creation so that you could then perceive the creator through and behind the signs of creation. And there's the Platonic influence in this. There's a Stoic influence in this. There's a lot of different Greek traditions that are interwoven in here. But that's the basic kind of overview. Pretty okay? Clear so far? Okay. Borrowing from Plato, Evagrius understood the soul also in this sort of tripartite manner, that there were three different parts of the soul. There was a rational ordering principle, right, of the mind. There was the spirited principle that ultimately becomes connected with anger and located in the chest. So we could connect this to if we want to play off those notions of attachment and aversion from the Buddhist tradition. So there's a sort of in the thymos, the thumos, the spirited aspect. This is the part that pushes away. This is the angry part. Right? But then there's also what's called epithemia, or the appetitive part that's connected with the stomach, that's connected more to eros and attraction. So there's these two plays of the soul. Right? There's the attractive part, there's the repulsive part, there's the I want, there's the stay away from me. It's kind of this push-pull dynamic that probably reminds most people of relationships that you might have had at an earlier part of your life. Okay. Or now. Right? And then there's a part of the mind that's trying to juggle or balance or make sense out of all this. Right? Plato, in his Phaedrus, used the famous analogy of the charioteer and the horses. The Bhagavad Gita has its own analogy of who drives the chariot? Is it Krishna or Arjuna? Somebody help me out here. Krishna, of course, Krishna drives the chariot. Right? And then in the oh geez, I'm totally blanking. It's not the Ayurvedic tradition. In the early tradition of what's the philosophical system Hinduism with the gunas come from? Someone knows it. Samkhya philosophy. Oh, you always need help from your friends. So in the Samkhya tradition, there's sattva, rajas, and tamas, which are the three basic principles that create the material world. So there's a very similar kind of psychology here, right? With the three parts of the soul in the Greek tradition and the three aspects of materiality in the South Asian tradition. Okay, so how do we work with these? Right? How do we work with these aspects of the self? How do we work with these aspects of the soul? And in the early monastic tradition, they were particularly interested in disciplining them and ordering them. So what does it mean to have a well-ordered soul? That's sort of the Stoic influence here. Okay. Now, what Evagrius does with this is he puts this into a wider cosmology of angels and demons. And this is part of the thing that has made him so attractive, I think, to modern people, is because he has such a wild cosmological schema of where the human person fits into this. And he's borrowing this from another early church theologian named Origen of Alexandria, who's also a very interesting figure, very influenced by Plotinus and that in the Greek tradition. So in this model, which is a Neoplatonic model, there are two say, so this is sort of a creation narrative, right? So it's sort of in the beginning. Right? There are different parts of the human being, some of which are, let's just call them OG parts, like original parts of the psyche that are pre-fallen or not fallen, that are still in alignment with the divine. Right? If you're not following me yet, it'll make sense in a minute. And then there's aspects of the human that are fallen. Now, this language is tricky, especially for people that grew up in, are still working through their own sort of spiritual or religious trauma or abuse, because one of the things that a lot of recovering Christians and recovering Catholics are have a hard time with is this notion that there are parts of us that are sort of inherently wrong or bad, right? That's kind of what he's saying, but it's also kind of not, because this is like a pre-puritanical approach to what it means to be a human being. This is a way of understanding why parts of us, they kind of don't behave the way that we would like them to. Even as, much as I didn't want to eat that donut for breakfast, and I knew it really wasn't going to be good for me, there was that appetitive part of me that just, driven by Eros, that just needed to eat that donut, but at least it was vegan, right? So that's the wrestling that all humans are dealing with at some level, right? Whatever your thing is, whether it's coffee or cigarettes or weed or whatever it might happen to be, right? There's an aspect of us in that sense that is fallen, in the sense that it needs work. It needs a workout. Right? It needs some attention. Doesn't mean he's not talking about punishing or Evagrius was actually pretty moderate with his asceticism. So he's not talking about putting on a hair shirt or laying on a bed of nails or any of the sort of extreme ascetic practices that people were doing at that time. In Syria, for example, the monks in Syria were wild. They would chain themselves up in caves with their hands so that they would never have to sleep. They would stand in marshes and allow themselves to be devoured by mosquitoes as part of their ascetic practice. That's not what Evagrius was necessarily on board with. Okay, so he cautioned moderation in these things. But the aspects of the human person that are fallen include these aspects of mind, epithemia, and thumos. So our attractions, our aversions, but also a certain aspect of the mind. But there's another aspect of the mind, higher mind, let's call it, that is unfallen, which means that human beings, even though they are fallen creatures, have a direct link to the creator, right? To the OG self, right? So that's really important in this model, is that there is a link or a return home that is built in to the human psyche, right? And that's the important piece. So the way that this gets Christianized, right, from a Platonic to a Christian model, the way that it gets Christianized is that the return home happens through Christ, who's interpreted as the Logos. Right? So Christ becomes the link to return back to the parts of us that are originally connected to the divine. Is this all making sense? Okay, cool. What I really like, and I want to get more into the demonology piece, because I know that's of interest to some folks here, but what he does is that, and I have a slide to demonstrate this, angels, humans, and demons are all composed of different elements. And in these different, let's just call them incarnations, different elements predominate. So angels are composed mostly of fire, and they're associated with the nous. They're associated with the mind or the mental aspect. Right? Humans are made mostly of the earth element, and they're connected most with epithemia. So that's the eros part, right? The attraction part. Demons are connected mostly with the air element. This is important when we get more into his psychology of the demons. And they're connected most with thymos, so the thumos. The demons are associated most with anger, right? And you have to keep in mind that the way that early monastics viewed demons, and we'll just go to that. The way that the early monastics viewed demon is that for people that lived in the world, normal citizens who are out and about in society, the demons mess with normal people through their everyday mishaps and misadventures, and there's plenty of opportunities in one's daily life to have a demon tempt you to do a bad thing. All right, so the demons approach normal humans through our interactions with our partners or in the grocery store or the material stuff that we surround ourselves in. There's lots of fodder for the demons to mess with us. But for monks, because they're renouncing partnership and they're renouncing possessions and they're renouncing most material aspects of survival, the demons mess with the monks most through their thoughts. So the struggle with the thoughts is the main way that a monk does combat with the demons, right? And those of you that either spend a lot of time alone or have done long retreats or vipassana or long distance hiking or backpacking, you know that the number one enemy of your mind are your thoughts. But for a monk, they're not your thoughts. They become externalized to a certain extent. So it's almost like these demons, which are understood as entities, right, that are sort of fluttering about, they are waiting for vulnerabilities and weaknesses in the mental construction of your psyche where they can get in and they can needle with you. And for Evagrius, there were particularly 8 that he identified and he categorized. And ultimately, this is where we end up with the 7 deadly sins thing, but we're not there yet. So we'll look at his 8, what he called the 8 calculating reasons in a minute. But let's look a little bit more at his cosmology first. Okay, so this is the Platonic model. All of creation emanates out from what's called the One. Right? This is Christianized to be understood as God. That's not the case in the original Neoplatonic system necessarily. So out of the One emanates these different types of beings: angels, humans, demons. And what happens is that they have different temperatures. So as they emanate out from the One and they start to cool, right, the demons cool the most. They're the coldest, associated with the air element, as we already went through. Humans are earth, angels are fire. So the temperature drops as they get further from the One, which I think is very interesting. One of the ways that Evagrius says that we can learn to identify a demon is that when you are, let's say you're in your monastic cell or you're in your cave and you're praying, you're reading the Psalms, or let's say you're working on your calligraphy or you're weaving a basket, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, the demon of lust comes upon you. And one of the ways that you can help discern if these are natural impulses or if these are demonic impulses is that Evagrius says that there are different speeds in which the thoughts or certain demons will approach you. He said that lust and pride are particularly fast demons. They're very speedy. They just like to basically download their pornography into your mind, and you're just sort of overcome with images of lustful desires, right? Which is also very interesting. We'll talk a lot about images in a minute, how the demons approach us through visual images. So speed is one way that we can tell that we're overcome by a demon. Now, I'm trying not to psychologize this because I want to present it sort of on Evagrius's terms, but I do think that Carl Jung's notion of a complex is really helpful, because Jung understood complexes. When we're caught in a complex, he understood it as a possession. He used that kind of language to talk about it. So for Jung, we're possessed by a complex. You can be possessed by a mother complex or a father complex or a drug complex. Or I am possessed by book complexes. I woke up this morning and the first thing I thought of was, what time does Moe's open today? Like, what's wrong with me? I was possessed by the demon of intellectual greed. How am I going to carry these all across Berkeley? I don't know. But I just wanted to fill my bag with books at 8:00 in the morning. Okay? And there's a speed to it. But the other thing with the demons is that there's a smell. So certain demons smell different than others. Evagrius says that they have certain ones of them have a particular stench. So it's a very subtle art and practice of getting to know the thought, that which possesses you, and learning its shape, its color, its smell, its speed. This is very, very similar to the type of stuff that, for those of you that have done like the feeding your demons practices here, very, very similar to the Tibetan Buddhist tradition of really getting to know these demons in a extraordinarily intimate way. Because for some of us, they're with us for life. So you better get to know them, right? Okay, so I think I'm gonna, just because time is flying, I'm gonna skip some of the other kind of cosmology stuff. The biggest thing that I want to do is focus on the demonology aspect. I came across a quote from one of the great scholars of Christian mysticism, Bernard McGinn, who's still with us, 20th, 21st century scholars. Demons work to keep the psyche, so to keep the soul from becoming its true self. All right? The demons keep us from becoming our true self through the pool of epithemia and thumos, so through the pool of our attractions and our repulsions, and through the deceptions of the fallen mind, right? So this tells us a little bit about how the ancient world understood demons as both these attractions and aversions, but also deceptions. Right? They're mental processes, but they're also deeply somatic, embodied realities. So there's a very strong somatic component here that I'm also going to emphasize. Okay. This is a strange thing to say. We good on demons? Like, you questions? Any questions about the demon? We'll have some time for some more conversation in a minute. Okay. All right. This is a classic Byzantine icon. Some of you have probably seen this before. This is the ladder of the monks, or the ladder. There was a very famous book written in Sinai, on the Sinai Peninsula in about the 6th century. John Climacus, John of the Ladder. He wrote a book called The Ladder of Divine Ascent. And it inspired this kind of thinking about the approach or the ascent to the divine. And you can see here the ways in which the demons are literally, they're like lassoing the monks. Where? They're around their minds, right? It's a mental noose that's binding the monks in illusion or delusion, or in one here, he's binding his hands and pulling them off the ladder. Now, a noose is very interesting. In the Tibetan iconography, you probably are very familiar with, a lot of times the deities will have a noose, because a noose is something that can have a sort of a decapitating kind of effect. So a noose can be both liberating in a certain sense, if it's sort of strangling the mental or egoic aspects of the mind. But it can also, in this context, have a way to pull us down into the pit here of the underworld. I love this face in the ground that is just this hell mouth here that is just swallowing the monks whole and taking them down into the nether regions of the unconscious. Monty. Yeah. Okay. If you want to go deep on your own, which I would certainly encourage you to do, there's a number of really very readable English translations for a lot of this. The sayings, for example, the sayings traditions, the apophthegmata, the sayings of the Desert Fathers and Mothers. They're very pithy sayings of monks in the desert that would go to an elder or a revered teacher and ask them for a word. Amma or Abba, will you give me a word for my salvation? And then they would write down or compile these sayings and then translate them and pass them on through the centuries. Evagrius's work is available in English translation. His Gnostic trilogy was just published in like a very beautiful $100 edition. So there's a brand new translation of the Practicos and his two Gnostic works. And then Cassian, who was the translator of Evagrius into the Latin West, his institutes and conferences are also available as well. And just as an FYI, like this is a different culture. This is a different time. This is a very, very, I guess we could call it masculinist tradition. So this is a lot of manly men stuff. There's lots of language. When women do appear in this text, they often appear as somehow having to transform or turn into a man. So these are highly gendered texts, just as a sort of a warning, trigger warning, I guess. And they are also not sex positive. Okay. So that's an awesome, if you want to dive into like Cashin's institutes or conferences, you want to read his, there's a chapter here on nocturnal emissions. This is how interesting is this? It's not what you might think it is. It's how to eliminate nocturnal emissions in your dream life, if that is something that you struggle with as a monk in the desert. So not very body positive, not very sex positive in the monastic tradition. Just again, as a trigger warning. Okay. Good place to pause. Anything coming up for you so far? Any questions, comments so far about the demon piece before we get specifically into the thoughts themselves? Yeah.
Yeah, going back to Plotinus.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Going back to Plotinus and the image there you have, the emanations from the one. I mean, I studied this a long time ago, and I always understood that that was part of the degradation, and that, I mean, the imperfection, and that the goal is to return into perfection, to become one with that, to return to the one. And so this is sort of where the body negativity comes from.
Yeah.
That is part of Plotinus, is it not? Or Neoplatonism? Or do I remember incorrectly? Because I was talking to someone recently who was suggesting that, on the contrary, Plotinus was very positive about the material world, or at least that's what I understood him to say. So if you could just sort of clarify the distinction between, I mean, you just said that these monks in the desert are very anti-body, anti-sex. Does that come from Platonism, Neoplatonism, or yeah?
I think, yeah, that's a good question. So the model, this whole model of emanation and return is really central in both the Christian mystical and the Islamic tradition. So I think it's worth having a diagram for our day. So the way that in the Neoplatonic system, and I'm not an expert in Neoplatonic philosophy, so this is like total Cliff Notes version. There's an emanation out of creation. And there's these different, I think they were called like hypostases, these different aspects that the one sort of slowly moves from singularity into multiplicity out into the world of diverse forms. One aspect is I know I'm not getting all these right, but there's like the world soul, and then there's like the individual soul, the human realm. So there's this progression of how the divine sort of makes itself known. And the problem is that I've been reading so much Ibn Arabi that it's really hard for me to separate that out from like the OG Plotinus system. But the idea is that as the one sort of spills out into creation, and that's even language from Meister Eckhart, the purpose of the soul is to, through this process of ethical, like there is an ethical purification that in the original system is basically a letting go of the body. There is this kind of it's a dualistic system where the body, and the Gnostics took it to the furthest extreme to say that the material world actually isn't real. Right? We don't get that so much with the Evagrius stuff, but there is still this sense that this is not really, like, we're not here forever. Like, this is not really why we're here. We're not meant for this. We're not meant to just be pedaling around in our, flesh. What is my favorite? What's the phrase, Eric, you use all the time? The flesh puppet, the meat body, meat suit. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I love the meat suit. That's not what we're here for. Right? There's more than that. So there's this ethical imperative and there's this spiritual imperative to return to where we came, right? Through this series of progressive returns. I probably muddled that whole thing, but that's like the basic schema.
So it is dualistic. It is dualistic.
It's just, it depends. I'm trying not to be too much of an annoying scholar, but it depends on it depends on which tradition. It depends who you're reading. Like in the Christian tradition, incarnation is supposed to be at the foundation of the whole mythos. You know, incarnation has to do with embodiment and materiality. That was one of the biggest critiques of Evagrius, is that they thought that he was too Gnostic. You know, that so it's complicated because there were so many competing models in the ancient world. You know, we had the more extreme Gnostic sects who were really saying that the body is not real, material creation is not real. Then you had Christians that were trying to find more of like a middle ground to say, no, we're real, but we're also these divine creatures that are trying to return to the divine. It's like a gradation, I think, is a better way to think of it. It's like a gradation of how real do you think the world is. Right? If that makes sense. But in the more hardcore traditions, they're very dualistic. You know, we get the whole, even in St. Paul, there's the matter and spirit divide. You know, and he talks about the spiritual body versus like the sarx, the flesh body, and the flesh body is that which dies and decays, and then the spiritual body is that which, lives on. So there is this dualism that is inherent in the tradition, for sure. More confusing?
The whole spectrum thing. It's just, you've got to keep in mind that it's a spectrum.
Oh, totally. Yeah, totally. Jennifer.
I'm just going to say the obvious, but I want to say it anyway. A note of appreciation. It is so useful and relevant to keep recognizing how male-dominated this is. I'm not trying to speak as a feminist, but
You can if you want.
but from the deeper point of view of the divine feminine, which is a whole different view of how to contain this history, and it's similar and differently held. So I'm just appreciating that you remind us, even though we know this already, of this fact and the deep feminine. And then there's a goddess Isis, and then there's etc. It's just fascinating. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's really important, like, because part of the whole masculinist paradigm is this notion of ascent in the first place. Like, why is materiality, why is the natural world something that is bad, or why is it something that's fallen, or why is it that's something that needs to be gotten away from, right? So even that whole approach, even the whole notion of a ladder of ascent, is an extraordinarily phallic model, right? It's about getting up, it's about getting out, and it's about getting away from, right? It's a literal release. It's about getting release from the human experience. And that's what a lot of ascetic practices are about. And that's why you get this dichotomy between the body and the soul, or sexuality and spirituality. It's a male fantasy. It really is. This is not a tradition of descent. This is not about going into the underworld and sort of like a Persephone goddess mystery tradition thing. That's not what this is. This is about getting up and out and away from the body. Yeah, which needs to be, named and critiqued and challenged and all that. Yeah. Thanks, Jennifer. Okay. Great questions. Thank you. So let's talk about the thoughts. This is a very ancient monastic cognitive psychology. Right? This is a real breakdown of what is mind, what are the thoughts, and what do we do with them. Now, it requires a little bit of parsing out. Well, what do we mean by mind? Two aspects of the mind, as I think most people here probably experience within themselves. A sort of direct, intuitive way of knowing that in the Greek tradition they referred to as the nous, not nous that we were talking about before around the neck, nous, the nous. It's not the French we pronoun. It's not nous. It's the nous. This is intuition, direct knowing, a form of gnosis, direct intuitive knowing. This is different than dianoia, which is discursive thought, or discursive or rational way of knowing, a cognitive way of knowing. These are very different ways of knowing and being in the world. The thoughts, the Greek for thoughts is logismoi. The logismoi, literally translated as calculating reasons, the logismoi appear in this cognitive capacity. This is very important. It is the demons mess with our cognitive capacities to basically think and see the world accurately. They create these types of reasons or arguments in our mind that push us either for or against, towards or away something. Right? Demons confuse decision making. Demons confuse clarity. Right? Another distinction that the monastic tradition makes is the distinction between the thoughts, the logismoi, and the passions, the pathe. So thoughts and passions are also something that there's a difference. And the way that, at least in this tradition, it gets defined is that the logismoi, the thoughts, they appear to the monk as images. All right, so there is this sort of discursive aspect, but they appear as images first, which then stir the mind. I always think this is very fascinating to me, because I'm a intuitive type on the Jungian types, and I'm a very image-based person. So that the logismos, the demons, appear as images, which then, if we ruminate, if we stay with the image, the tasty donut, it stirs the thoughts in the mind. I want the donut. How do I get the donut? And then if I keep biting that hook, once the hook goes in, then all of a sudden it leads to the passionate feelings. And then ultimately I bite the donut. Sometimes I don't pay for it. If I'm really in a complex, I might just steal a donut. Right? I think most people that are practitioners have a pretty good sense of this, because this is like meditation, sit on your cushion 101, right? The very early, most impossible, difficult stages of when you're trying to develop a meditation practice often have to deal with just this. It's watching your thoughts dangle a million shiny little hooks in front of your face. Right? When I first started my meditation practice, it was like, because of my own OCD stuff, it was like, you should go clean out that drawer. You haven't looked at that drawer in like 5 years. I bet you there's a lot of paper clips in that drawer. You should just go clean out that drawer right now. I'm meditating. Why does my mind want me? This is the whole, to go back to the whole thing about fallen versus unfallen parts of the mind. There seems to be something in human consciousness that wants to prevent it from doing the thing that helps us to get away from it, right? There seems to be some inborn tendency in the mind that says, no, don't vacuum me. Don't do something that, don't do your mental hygiene today. It's like this sort of inner kind of tantrumy child that's like, I don't want to make the bed, And yet, I think we know that when we stick with the practice, there is something on the other side of that, when we can sort of get through all these dangly hooks and shiny things. And Evagrius has a very powerful model of what contemplative mind looks like, which we'll get to in a minute. Okay. More on the thoughts. So we've talked about images, phantasms, right? So the demons cause phantasms to arise in the mind, the critical reasoning part of the mind. This is a quote from Evagrius. A demonic logismos is an image with which the mind, when moving in an impassioned way, says or does something in accordance with the image because the mind has been overpowered by it. All right. So it's this notion of being possessed. The mind becomes overpowered by the image. It starts to move from an impassioned state. It starts to get agitated. It starts to think in these discursive thoughts for or against the dangly, shiny thing. And then before we know it, it's like you're not even sitting on your meditation cushion anymore. You're in the kitchen and you're, I don't know. Where's that Tony's Chocolonely chocolate bar that Alana had last night? See, did you notice how it's just gone? Yeah, it's gone, isn't it? Someone ate it already. Yeah, before you know it, the chocolate bar has just disappeared. It's completely gone. Okay. Okay, we already talked about these sort of the different types of thoughts. This is Evagrius on how to discern between the angelic, demonic, or human thoughts. Angelic thoughts are oriented towards spiritual principles. Okay. Demonic thoughts neither know or understand spiritual things, but without shame, it suggests only acquisition. This is really interesting. The demonic thoughts don't understand the spiritual principles, or they don't understand these sort of higher principles. They only seek to acquire it. Right? So it's a sort of it's basically avarice. It's an acquisitive, acquiring kind of energy. And then it predicts enjoyment and esteem. If I have this thing, I will feel better. If I have this thing, I will look better. All right? So interesting. So interesting. Very insightful. All right. Now, simple human thoughts seek neither investigation or acquisition. It just introduces to the intellect the simple form. So for a human thought is like, I don't know, it's a shoelace. The demonic thought is, ooh, if this is a terrible analogy. Oh, if I can tie my shoes real nice, someone will like me. I've never had that thought in my life, but that doesn't mean someone else hasn't, right? I only thought of that because of the whole rope and the snake thing. I think the rope snake analogy from the Vedantic tradition is a lot better analogy, right? It deludes us into thinking that something is what it is not, right? So the human thought, the human form is the rope. The demonic thought is, oh, it's a snake. You better run away from it. Right? The way that the monk fights the thoughts is through discernment and custody of the heart. Now, this is one of my favorite, most cherished practices from this tradition, this notion of guarding the heart. There is a very, very long tradition in a text called the Philokalia. The Philokalia is a 5-volume anthology of Eastern Christian monastic texts in both the Greek and the Russian tradition. And it basically develops 1,600 years of monastic psychology and monastic practice after Evagrius. And one of the main notions, this is where we get the Jesus prayer, the practices of hesychasm, they all come from this philokalic tradition. So this notion of guarding the heart. The tradition outlines 5 moments of consent. This is very interesting. 5 moments of consent. This is consent to a demonic thought. Right? These are the ways that this is the way that that we do not guard the heart. So, prosbole. First, there's the suggestion, right? This is the image that we were talking about. There's a suggestion to the mind or the heart by the demonic impulse or by the complex. It's the temptation. Then, syndiasmos, a drawing near. There's an internal coupling or reasoning with the image, with the desire. It's a yes or a no. Do I move forward? Do I move away? This is followed by synkatathesis, mental consent. This is a term from the Stoics, right? Mental consent. So we finally say, yes, I will have the donut. Further, pale, inner struggle. And then if you just give it all up, akmalosia, captivity. That's when we're caught. This is a forcible carrying away of the heart. This is the sort of thing that leads to habit formation. This is basically a psychology of addiction in a certain sense. Okay. So this is the opposite of guarding the heart. So how do we guard the heart? Hold on. Let me just, since we're, passing everything. How do we guard the heart? Okay. So the carrying away of the heart is sort of like when we lose the battle. So what are the more proactive practices that the monk can put into place in order to, let's just say, win the battle? Because they use this kind of That's the kind of terminology that the monastic tradition is using, because it's warfare for them. It's a form of spiritual warfare. Okay. You go to your spiritual elder and you manifest your thoughts to your elder, your geron, your teacher, right? Fantastic Greek word here, agoriosis. This is something that Michel Foucault picked up on, and he used this, in some of his work about the origins of confession and the origins of the modern forms of mental health and psychotherapy. So you manifest your thoughts to an elder. This is the sort of AA thing about you're only as sick as your secrets. Prosoke and prosuke, attention and prayer. So paying attention, that's something you see all throughout the Philocolic tradition. It's the importance of paying attention. You have to pay attention to your thoughts before they start to penetrate into the deeper levels of the psyche. And then when you notice that the thoughts are starting to clog the pipes of your mental and spiritual plumbing, that's the purpose of prayer. All right, so turning to prayer. And prayer in the Christian tradition can look like the Jesus prayer, which is a very simple mantra. Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. You can turn to the Psalms. Monks were, one of the primary prayer practices of a monk was to read the Psalms from the Hebrew scriptures, oftentimes out loud, walking, pacing their cell, walking outside, reciting the Psalms outside. And then one of the most interesting practices, which I'll come back to later, is this notion of antiresis. This is something that Evagrius developed specifically based on Jesus's temptation in the desert, where Satan is sort of tempting him with, all the kingdom on earth and material things and all sorts of things. And Jesus says, get behind me, Satan. So the monks use that as a model to use quotes from scripture to speak those to the demons or to the temptations or to the thoughts. And there's a handbook that Evagrius wrote called the Antireticos, which I'll come back to in a minute. Okay. Any questions about this notion of guarding the heart or monastic therapy, sort of proactive practices? Pretty clear? Okay. All right. So, and again, we've been at this for about an hour now. So if you want to stand or if you want a bathroom break, just feel free to take care of yourself, do what you need to do. Okay. So what are the 8 calculating reasons, the 8 logismoi, according to Evagrius? Now, I think it's important to preface this that this is not an act of like punishment. I think for those that have, Christian stuff, baggage, stuff that you're bringing with, stuff that you are trying basically to recover from, let's just call it, folks that grew up in shame-ridden, guilty kind of Catholic stuff. This is not about punishing people for their gluttony or their impulses towards fornication. Like, that's not what I'm here to do. That's not what Evagrius was doing. This is a systematic method of classifying the thoughts so that we can basically detach from them and create objectivity. Right? It's a form of learning how to disidentify with one's negative core beliefs. That was the most CBT sentence I've ever said in my life, but this is basically core practices of cognitive behavioral therapy. It's disidentification with your negative core beliefs or your negative thoughts, that you can see them and be like, isn't that interesting? I have been visited by the spirit of anger today. I am not my anger. My anger is here. And then you can do your whole internal family systems, parts work with all these different aspects of yourself. You see where this is going? There's a lot of connections here between, a lot of what's happening in contemporary psychology and psychotherapy. Was that a question or was that a...
Yeah, I'm curious because you were mentioning how in this So I'm curious about the CBT dimension and the disidentification with thoughts. You were mentioning earlier that there is a somatic dimension to these thoughts.
Yes.
A lot of what they're talking about here are compulsions that have a deep bodily craving that seeks extinction. So in this sense, is it a little bit more, are demonic thoughts a little bit more inclusive of a wider range of compulsive phenomena, I guess.
Sure. And instinct and instinctual phenomenon. We haven't talked about Gregory of Nyssa a lot today, but Gregory of Nyssa was an early church father who he had a Platonic influence, and he had this. There's a scripture passage, and I am answering your question. There's a scripture passage in Genesis where when Adam and Eve are kicked out of the garden, God gives them garments of skin to wear. All right, I don't know if folks are familiar with that passage, but they're naked. They realize they're naked. They're cold. They're afraid. They're ashamed. God gives them garments of animal skin to wear as clothing. And what Gregory of Nyssa does with that whole idea is that he does this whole sort of hermeneutic extrapolation that that's the false self. That is a covering over the false self, and that covering represents the instinctual, animalistic urges of the human being that we are clothed in so that we can have our incarnate life on this planet, but it's ultimately not the true self. It covers and veils the true self. Now, again, this is not a very sex or body positive thing, because to Gregory of Nyssa, the whole purpose of the ascetic life is to shed and renounce the garment of skin so that you can restore your original relationship with the divine to where it was before the original fall or sin or temptation. So it's not a positive valuation of what they called in the early church the bios practicae, the biological life. Right? Basic human biology, human sexuality, procreation, these were seen as aspects of fallen nature. That's why notions of virginity were idealized, because that was considered to be the life of the angelos practicae, the angelic life. So there's a split. There's a very dangerous split for modern people that I think a lot of us have had to work really hard to overcome, to not demonize our basic humanity in order to try to become some sort of disembodied angels. Right? I think the work of contemporary practitioners, particularly here at the Alembic, this is all throughout the work of C.G. Jung. Jung was very, very critical of Christian monasticism. Jung thought that Christian monasticism was the last thing that people needed today, because he thought that modern people were already too cut off from their instincts and from their basic human impulses. He thought we were too, he was already predicting this sort of corporate technologization of modernity, where people were just going to be these kind of cut off humans living from their head up that were overly identified with logos and reason. I don't know if Jung was a model for integrating, the human and then the angel, or the demon and the angel. But anyway, that was a long, winding response to your very good question. Did that help? Yeah. And we'll talk more in a minute about the somatic dimensions here. Okay. Great question. Okay. So I think it's important to look at these then not from a moralizing perspective. You're not a bad person because you suffer from belly madness, okay? I think it's important to look at these as types of consciousnesses, okay? These are types of consciousnesses. I am having a consciousness of, porneia. I find myself lusting after bodies today. It's a type of consciousness. If you identify with the consciousness, then it becomes a way of being, right? But it doesn't have to become a way of being if we can disidentify from the complex and have some space from it. Right? So these are concepts that most folks at this point are probably familiar with, because it's mostly becomes the 7 deadly sins list. Gluttony, gastromargia, which literally translates as belly madness. Right? But there's also other types. Now remember, these were monks. Monks were living a life of ascetic renunciation. So food was a big deal for monks because it was one of the few things that they could get attached to. It was one of the few things that they could notice themselves craving or looking forward to or trying to find some maybe form of dissociation through. Right? So it's not just, so there's overeating, which translates from the Greek as madness of the throat, limargia. But also eating in secret. This is also very interesting. Eating in secret, latrophagia. Right? So a monk that might be secretly stashing away some bread, not sharing it with the other brethren, et cetera, et cetera. Fornication, porneia, which Evagrius breaks down into, I think this is to his credit, he's not just saying that lust is inherently bad. To your point, he does say that it's a natural human impulse, but it also can be caused by excessive eating or drinking. So in the monastic tradition, there's a direct link between food and sex. They didn't even need to live in San Francisco. They just knew from their own observations. All right. And then third, it can come from the demons. So again, there's this question of discretion. How do I know if when the spirit of porneia visits me, how do I know if it's a natural cause, or maybe I had too much to drink that night? Or is it something that's coming from the demons? Now, I think the third aspect here is when there's a more compulsive, I think that's the language we would probably use today. There was a more compulsive aspect or a more addictive quality to it, or if there's something underneath the drive, right? Some people, what's the word? Like, people sexualize all sorts of other emotions, People sexualize anger. People sexualize power. Like, these are very complicated, human experiences. Avarice, love of money. But it also can be broken down into a few things. Love of pleasure. It can be connected with vainglory, which we'll look at later. Also, lack of confidence or insecurity can be underneath this, right? So there are shadow sides underneath what might feel like the more overpowering or immediate compulsions. When we slow it down, there's oftentimes a more affective reality that's oftentimes underneath the compulsion. And again, this is like, for those of you, if any of you work in like drug and alcohol counseling or addictions counseling, like this is the kind of stuff that's underneath that you have to help train people to slow the compulsive aspect down to see what's the emotional reality that's underneath it. Melancholy, right? Sadness was an important, considered a demon or a thought that would visit the monk in the desert. Sadness. So this could be connected to what are things that make you sad? You don't get your way, right? Deprivation of sensible pleasure. You can't have the donut or the thing that you want, right? Sadness can be a result of anger. And to Evagrius, it can also break the will and lead to a form of depression, right? So melancholy is a little different than just being sad because you didn't get your way. Melancholy has more of a heaviness and a weight, and obviously there's long history of uses of melancholy throughout human literature and the human experience. So depression obviously would be a part of the monastic experience, mostly because there aren't a whole lot of opportunities for joy, at least in a human sense, right? You're not getting the joy of your morning coffee. You're not getting the joy of a roast chicken or whatever your favorite fill in the blank happens to be. Your joy has to come through the Lord. That was a little puritanical of me, wasn't it? I noticed I did a little like Dana Carvey, like church lady thing there. I was like, okay. Anger, orge, a boiling of the thumos part of the soul, all right? Stirring up against one who has given injury or is thought to have done so. As one for me, all right? Even not so much the one who has caused you injury, but the one that you make up has caused you injury. That's a big one. Again, anger can have natural or demonic causes. And when anger is used in its ordered, right fashion, it's actually, to Evagrius, it's actually something that is used to fight against the demons. And in Evagrius' system, a very skilled monastic practitioner, in his words, can use a nail to drive out a nail. So using a nail to drive out a nail, like that's like OG carpenter stuff there. You can take the demon of anger and you can use it to drive out, the demon of fornication or something, for example. And in Evagrius' schema, he actually lays out specific demonic thoughts that you can use to drive out other demonic thoughts. And he's very specific about it. Right? This is the one, Acedia. Acedia has got a lot of attention 20 or so years ago. I don't know if anybody who's like really into the Christian monastic stuff knows Kathleen Norris. Kathleen Norris wrote a book called The Cloister Walk, and then she wrote a whole book on Acedia. Acedia is one of the ones that was removed from the list of the 7 deadly sins, and it kind of had a comeback, in the 90s and the early 21st century. It's like all the monastic folks were talking about. Apparently, there was a lot of energy around Acedia. Acedia is very interesting. Evagrius and the monastic tradition describe Acedia as the noonday demon. It is the demon that comes upon you in the middle of the day and makes it feel like it is 8 hours long. Whatever it is that you're doing in life, whether you're, knitting your basket, or you're a monk, so you're tending your little piece of kale in the desert or something. It's just nothing is working. Right? Nothing is working. And then along with that spirit of absolute tediousness and boredom comes all the thoughts that just flood in and say, well, if I wasn't in the monastery or if I wasn't in the desert, then I could be doing this. And then all the thoughts of doubt. Maybe I shouldn't have come here in the first place. My brother is still in Alexandria and he's doing very well selling cloth. He makes these beautiful purple fabric dyes. I should have gone into the fabric business like my brother did. And on and on and on and on and on. Right? Acedia is very difficult. I think one of the reasons why Kathleen Norris got so much attention is because it's like a very kind of corporate phenomenon or something. It's like what we would call vocational burnout, or like existential despondency. Like, why am I doing this? What is the purpose of this? What is the meaning of this? Does anybody care? Right? It's that kind of existential gnawing dissatisfaction with life that some of us just have perpetually in our DNA. Right? I read a quote from a contemporary author who said, Acedia comes at midlife. I thought that was a very, very interesting, insightful contribution. Acedia comes at midlife, which is oftentimes can be sort of the noon or in the beginning of the descent of our mortal existence. Right? So the sun is sort of at its zenith and is okay, where do I go from here? It's only setting from this point on. So Acedia, very interesting. I think it's something that a lot of contemporary folks can relate to. And then 2 more. Vainglory, so literally to seek glory in vain, boasting, mostly seeking human admiration for doing the things that you're doing, wanting to be known publicly, but also wanting your struggle to be known publicly. This is something that I think happens a lot in yoga and meditation communities, where folks just want to process their stuff, but what they're really doing is just bitching to you about how hard their life is or how hard they think their life is. So vainglory, and then of course pride. Pride tops the list, and pride is seen in the tradition as the greatest thought, but also the source of all the thoughts. Why? Because pride connects with inflation. Pride is very difficult to root out. It is a mental affliction. In a minute, we'll get to that. But pride is a mental, whereas a lot of these other thoughts and demons are more somatic and embodied and impact different aspects of the body that almost make them easier to work with. Vainglory and pride mostly impact us at the mental level. So it can be very difficult for us to see it in ourselves. It's easier to become identified. It's easier to become inflated. And that's why we need other people to reflect back our narcissism to us, because we can't see it ourselves. Should I make that a nice statement too? I will. Okay. So dangers of grandiosity, perfectionism, judgment. I told myself I wasn't going to do the whole like, who can relate to this one? I'm not going to make anybody do that, but I think like the judgmentalism is also something that can be very intense in spiritual communities. And of course, spiritual narcissism. We had a good laugh last night talking about rampant spiritual narcissism in the Bay Area, but I'm not going to make any comments about that because I don't want to invoke the demon of pride in myself right now. So I'm going to stay off my soapbox and not make any sermons about the realities of spiritual narcissism in certain cultures, countercultures. Okay. Where do we go from here? Do you want to talk? I think we should do a break. Definitely going to do a break just so we can move some of the energy in the room. Because this stuff is like, I mean, this is the mess and the poop of our lives that is just all laid out here in front of us. Like, I don't think we need to the compost is already, I'm already starting to smell this sort of like compost thing in the room. So let's take a break. Let's move the energy and then we'll come back and then we'll see if we have any conversation. All right, we'll do at least 10, 15 minutes. What are you pointing at? Oh, okay. Well, then we'll do you first when we come back. Thanks. All right. Okay, welcome back. Just a little bit more time to go, and then we'll wrap up with the Christian monastic stuff, and then we'll start with the Sufis this afternoon, because I think that's the only way I'm going to get you back after lunch. Okay, question over here.
One of the things I've been in some other classes recently, and they've talked about responsibility and action. And I was curious with this. I've been in some classes recently where they're talking about responsibility and the difference between responsibility and action. And I'm curious with this system of how they saw it with demons, like it seems very externalized.
Yes.
So what is their take on that? Is that their responsibility or no, because it's external from me?
That's
It's
a great
not my
question.
responsibility. It's
That's
not
a
my
great
fault.
question. So what is the role of responsibility in this whole sort of model?
Yes, especially since it seems like these things are externalized from them. It's not them.
Yeah, so like today we would talk about like taking responsibility for our stuff or something like that, or taking responsibility for my shadow or something. I think in this model, the responsibility of being a monk is, I would say that you probably had a responsibility towards doing your work, your demonic work. Like it would be taking responsibility for your own working with the demons. No one is going to work them out for you. Your spiritual elder can help you, but it's really up to the individual monk. And there's a really wonderful scholar named David Brakke, Brakke, who writes about how it was through the monks wrestling with the demons that the monk actually forms a self, becomes more of a self. So the monastic practice of working with demons was almost like intertwined with the identity of what it meant to be a monk. Like people would go to the desert to do battle with the demons. You know, it was like inherent to the identity and even the romantic kind of fantasy of what it meant to be a monk. Is that a helpful response?
It is. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? I love everyone's socks. Great socks. I always have to comment on the socks. I do. It's the best part of coming here. Get to see what, socks in the house. Okay. All right. So was that a no? Nothing else up for folks right now? Okay. Yeah, you should. You should. Okay, so this is the somatic dimension here. This is very important. This is not just a kind of mental navel gazing. There's a very embodied, lived dimension to this. And in the Evagrian system and in the Greek model, there were different thoughts that were associated with different parts of the body. Right? So we talked about the three parts of the soul: the epithemia, the thumos, and the logistikon, the stomach, the chest, and the mind. The stomach being more the desiring part of the soul, the chest connected with more with anger, the irascible part of the soul, and then the rational mental part of the soul. So the first three demons or thoughts, gluttony, fornication, and avarice, were considered desires. I think that probably makes sense for most folks. Connected with the stomach, connected with epithemia. This is the most sort of embodied or bodily dimension of the thoughts. The irascible part, the chest, connected with sadness. So things that we feel in our chest, things that we feel in our heart, sadness, anger, and interestingly, acedia. So acedia could be considered an ailment, bless you, considered an ailment of the chest or the irascible region of the body. Very interesting to connect those three. And then, as I mentioned earlier, vainglory and pride were connected with the mind. Right? So if you have let's just call it a disease or a disorder of the, I don't know, you can work with it. I'm sure there's a very creative, this is not in Evagrius, but this is in the Philocolic tradition. There were almost these kinds of Christian forms of yoga and different practices that you could do that worked with different aspects of the body. So when I was here last year and I did a presentation on hesychia and hesychasm as a form of Christian yoga, I demonstrated some of the hesychastic practices where they actually, most of them are seated and they bring, they might bring the belly forward and rest the chin down on the chest is a way to bring the mind in alignment with the heart, or bring the mind below the heart. Right? It's a kind of prayer practice form, kind of a yoga. So there's different kind of embodied postures that we could probably have fun. We could probably come up with a whole yoga movement session on the 8 thoughts, and we could do like an ecstatic dance here at the Alembic based on 8 different movements. It would be like, what's that called? 5 rhythms. We could do 8 rhythms, and we could do it based on the thoughts. Wouldn't that be fun? Is this something? Did we just come up with something? Okay. All right, everybody. This is the Logisticon. Time to go out of your minds. I have a sense that would do well here. Okay. Now, let's do a little comparative stuff. This is from the yoga tradition, Patanjali's Yoga Sutra. This is going to be very, very familiar to those of you that have been immersed in yoga philosophy or in the yoga world. Very similar to the 5 kleshas. All right, the 5 kleshas or afflictions: avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, abhinivesha. So ignorance, egoism, or our attachments to I-ness, raga and dvesha, attachment and aversion, abhinivesha, clinging to life, attachment to the continuity of our lives. Right? So very similar kinds of models of mind, of working with the mind that we see in which yoga tradition is very connected as far as asceticism to monastic practices in Christianity. So these are, I think, basic human ascetic impulses or ascetic practices of working with our I amness, right? Our asmita. Who am I? When we start to spend time with ourselves in caves, I don't know how many of you are doing that, but literally or metaphorically in your own caves in the Berkeley Hills or elsewhere. These are the things that come up, right? These are the things that come up, just like we were talking about earlier. The demons tend to afflict us through our cognitive processes, and our cognitive processes become more and more and more visible to us the more time we spend with them, or spend alone, or spend in seclusion, or spend in retreat, or spend in partnership, right? Whatever your spiritual practice happens to be. This is an image from the Shambhala, the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. For those of you that know the Shambhala lineage, the whole 5 Buddha families is something that I think all the Naropa students learn as a form of Buddhist psychology. This whole notion of the Buddha families being connected with different temperaments. It's kind of like a Buddhist Enneagram. Right? What were we joking about last night about the Enneagram? Yeah, the Dharmakaya Enneagram. Yeah, cool. That already exists. There we go. So what I love about this model, and this is what's so similar to the Evagrian desert tradition, is that each of the poisons for each of the Buddha types, and you can find your own, each of the poisons has an antidote that's sort of built into this model. It's also similar to what you see in the Enneagram, right? In the Enneagram, certain types stress towards certain states of consciousness, but then they also integrate towards other more healthy states of consciousness. Very similar, right? If you identify in the Vajra Buddha family, for example, the poison or the affliction is anger. The antidote, patience. But then, if you can develop that quality, it can lead to also a type of wisdom consciousness that in the Vajra is mirror-like. So you become this sort of objective, reflective, clear surface, polishing the mirror, which of course is a very Sufi metaphor. Right? And so on and so on and so on. So you can find yourself. I have a lot of friends who went to Naropa, and apparently that's like the fun thing for like the first year students. It's like, I think you're Ratna. No, you're Padma. I'm Karma. Like, it's sort of like when you first move to the Bay Area and everybody asks you what your sun, moon, and rising sign is. It's like this sort of Buddhist version of that. Right. So I don't want to be flippant with this. I just want to do sort of a quick comparative kind of model. Okay, so what does that look like in this tradition, in the Evagrian monastic tradition? So just as we looked at the somatic component to each one of the thoughts, there's also virtues that are associated with each aspect of the three parts of the soul. All right. So if you are afflicted by, we'll just call them belly demons or belly thoughts, then the work is to develop the virtues of temperance, charity, and continence. All right. If you're afflicted by demons or thoughts of the chest, sadness, anger, akidia, the work is to develop courage and patience. And then if you are afflicted with the mental afflictions of vainglory or pride, developing prudence, understanding, and ultimately wisdom. So it's a form of monastic therapy for the three parts of the soul. Okay? Now, what is the purpose of this? What is this? Like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing any of this? Well, for some people, they're doing it because they don't have a choice. I mean, if you are a particularly afflicted person, as again, just to use the model of recovery or AA, if you want to live, you have to do some of this stuff. For some people, it's not a choice. Right? But the main monastic goal is, I'll come back to the antireticos. The main monastic goal is apatheia. Apatheia, also apatheia, depending if you want to pronounce it like a British person or an American person. Apatheia, apatheia. So remember, pathe comes from passions, right? The disordered attachments. So apathe is to be passionless or without passions. Okay, this does not mean, so Evagrius was criticized very famously by Saint Jerome in the 4th century, saying that Evagrius thought that we were all just supposed to become like stones, like unfeeling, hardened stones. That's not accurate. That's not a fair characterization of what Evagrius is doing. What he's trying to do here is lay out a path of equanimity, peace, or again, to borrow from the AA language, serenity. Right? It's about developing serenity. So passionless is more akin to the health of a well-ordered or balanced psyche. That's the goal. Right? And then the result of that, once you have a sense of passionlessness or equanimity or serenity in yourself, you can then be in a space of agape, selfless love with and for towards others. Okay? The passions blind us so that we cannot love. Right? So the passions are actually result in a loss of freedom because we're constantly being told by, I want this and I want this. Oh no, I'm over here. Oh no, I'm over here. We're not free to love. Right? So if we can develop these different disciplines, cultivate these different virtues, polish the mirror of the soul or the psyche, create some sort of balance or equanimity, it can open us up to others, to be available, right? To be available, to be in relationship, to be present enough to be able to be in relationship. Right? That's really the goal. That's really the goal. Okay. Just briefly, this is such a fun book, The Antireticos, David Brack, who I mentioned earlier. This was just published, I think maybe 10 or maybe 15 years ago. He translated it into English, a monastic handbook for combating demons. It's very creative. It's interesting. So what do I have here? Okay, so I have quotes from the chapter on the demon of sadness. So I tried to choose the ones that were the most sort of colorful. So this is Evagrius giving you scripture passages that you can meditate on or even speak to the demon of sadness or whatever demon is afflicting you. What I think is most interesting about it, like the scripture quotes, like, it's interesting if you want to put on like your biblical hermeneutics hat, like it's interesting which quotes he chooses. But for me, what's most interesting is how candidly, how visibly the reality that he gives to the qualities of the demons as he describes them in this book. It's very insightful as to how an ancient person would have understood or experienced demons. So against the soul that has been frightened by the voice of a demon that hissed at it suddenly in the air. When is the last time that a demon hissed at you suddenly in the air? Now, I know that some of you are going to say this morning, or actually last night I was going to bed and he just flew right over me. Because I know who's here and I know, what level of consciousness you're all living with, right? But for people that are living at that level, and also particularly, I think, for psychonauts and people that are maybe in DMT realms, these are very real experiences. When all of a sudden a green praying mantis appears above you and threatens to, let's just say, have its way with you, how do you respond in that moment? Whether you are under the influence or in a dream state or otherwise. Right? Against the human thoughts that are frightened by the vision of demons that come to us at night, twisted like snakes on one's back and side. These are very visual, very visceral, very imaginative. So you're in your cell at night, going to sleep, and all of a sudden, the demons visit you and you feel them like snakes twisting and squirming up your side. You can recite from the book of Deuteronomy. Do not let your heart become faint. Do not be afraid. Do not tremble. Do not turn away from them, for it is the Lord your God who advances with you to wage war with you against your enemies so as to rescue you. Then the snakes just fall away and then you go into a peaceful sleep. Right.
Now we just say chillax.
Chillax, yeah, chillax, demons. Against the demon that appears carrying a sword, we should, as in a hostile manner, answer back with a phrase, "You come to me with a sword and a spear and a shield, but I come to you in the name of the Lord." Right? This is like you can see where exorcism manuals, how they can emerge out of this sort of tradition. Right? What else? To the Lord, concerning demons that fall upon the skin of the body, put branding marks in it as if made by fire, and make visible marks in it as if made by a cupping glass. How many of you have been cupped? Yeah. What if a monk comes to you covered in welts, and you're in the 4th century and you don't know what Chinese medicine is, and that's not an option. So apparently he says that he has seen this many times with his own eyes. Demons that are causing psychosomatic visible marks on people's bodies, which is a thing. I think if people are really wrestling with stuff, we know that the body does not always handle stress very well. People break out in rashes. People have all sorts of things that happen because of stress. All right? Visible marks as if made by cupping glass. That's pretty gnarly. I remember the first time I got cupped. I looked like I got attacked by a demon, So you can pray to the Lord from Psalm 34. Judge, Lord, those who do me injustice. Make war against those who make war against me. Stop the way against those that persecute me. Say to my soul, I am your salvation. It's a nice psalm. So you get a sense of the reality of the demons. That's why I wanted to include some of this stuff here. Like this is real stuff. These are, to use the fancy scholarly words, they have ontological reality. Right? The demons they're bodies, just like angels and humans and demons, they all have bodies in this cosmology. So they're very real. We can't see them, but they have agency nonetheless, right? They have agency and they exist to basically mess with us. That's their one sole purpose and delight in life, to keep us from returning to the one. Now, what is the one? And this is where we'll end before lunch. This is one of the things among, others that has made Evagrius so popular and interesting, particularly among Buddhists and comparative scholars of religion. Because Evagrius does in his model is he uses this very interesting phrase that he calls the sapphire light of the mind. We talked very early at the beginning about Evagrius's threefold path of right living, contemplation of the natural world, contemplation of God. Practicē, being to clear and clarify the mind, empty the thoughts. The physicē, to see through the things, to see the divine through the things of creation. And then in the third realm of the theologikē, when the mind is purified, the practitioner experiences the mind through the light of the Holy Spirit. Now, I'm not going to get into the Holy Trinity. I'm not going to get into the whole history of Trinitarian theology, but there's a very interesting connection that we see, like in St. Augustine, where the triad of the Trinity connects to the triad of the mind, right? So in Augustine's model, the mind is three, only it's not three in the Greek model. I'll do it real quick, just because it's interesting. And I like it. So Holy Trinity, for Augustine, it's intellect, memory, and will. That's what the human being is composed of. This is in the Latin Western tradition, not the Greek Eastern tradition. Intellect, memory, and the will. So for Augustine, the mind and the Trinity are basically composed of similar substances, and the purpose is to transform the mind into the Trinity to become more like the archetype of the divine, which is three. Okay, Evagrius has a similar but different model because he's coming from the Greek tradition. But the idea is basically the same, that the mind in its purified form takes on the form and sort of mirrors the Trinitarian structure of the divine. And how that appears when the mind is purified is as the color of the sky, sapphire. If one wishes to see the state of the mind, let him deprive himself of all representations. Now remember, the representations, the logismoi, appear as images. So if our minds are constantly flooded with images of things and stuff, hey, it could be social media. It could be whatever the thing is that's constantly obscuring our perception. If you can somehow strip off the passions, clear the mind of all images and mental representations, the mind appears as it is in its natural state, which is sapphire, or the color of the sky. Where do we hear this? What does this sound like? It's almost like Christian Dzogchen. It's a form of clear light or clear knowing. It's the closest thing that we see in the Christian tradition to that sort of conceptualization, right? So what does he say? The place of God is the rational soul, the logistikon. God's dwelling is the illuminated mind, which has renounced the pleasures of the world. So these are the images, the thoughts, and has learned to contemplate the underlying principles of the soul. Right? So the underlying principles of the soul is this clear, purified light, this direct perception, right? Gnosis, this direct perception of the underlying nature of things. Right? I am convinced that this is, I'm repeating myself, but I'm convinced this is the closest we get to a sort of Christian Dzogchen. Okay? It's clear light language. There's language like direct seeing, direct knowing. He intentionally uses the word gnosis. The monk who reaches this level is called the gnostic. Right? So it is a kind of there are very clear connections between Buddhism and Christianity. And there's a lot of scholarship and articles and scholarly stuff that's been written on that connection. But it's very interesting, and you do not see this in many other people. Right? This is not something that gets passed on in the tradition because many early monks thought it was heretical. Right? Yeah, Jennifer.
So when you say this is as close as we get to Christian Dzogchen,
Yes.
are you saying it isn't Dzogchen? then, but it's as close as we get to Dzogchen?
Yeah, because I'm not comfortable. I don't like conflating, I'm trying to be a responsible scholar here, and I don't want to conflate, the Christian tradition with Tibetan, traditions that developed that, actually probably around the same time, maybe, but I don't want to conflate them. So they're different, and I want to honor the difference, but there are very clear similarities in how he is describing the phenomenology of the experience. Well, the difference is that they're different systems, and they're different models, and they're different cultures, and they have different understandings of soul and different conceptualizations of mind and what mind is. But there's also,
Essential essence kind of thing?
yeah, I'm not comfortable with that language, but I see where you're going. I'm trying to be careful. I'm trying to, pretend I'm important and, scholarly and whatever. Somebody last night accused me of being a professional, so I have to pretend, that I am. I like your question though. Yeah. Okay. Hey, that's it. It's 11:59. Oh no, it's not. Okay, so I already mentioned that John Cashin. So Evagrius, this stuff gets him into trouble. He dies actually in the year 399. I'm such a nerd that when I'm driving my car and my gas, I see I have 399 miles left in my gas tank. I think, oh, Evagrius. That happens to me every month. So John Cashin, who was his disciple, John Cashin leaves the desert after all this, what was called the Evagrian, actually it was called the Origenist controversy, because the controversy was about the influence of Origen of Alexandria in the writings of Evagrius. It all gets lumped together. Evagrius's writings largely get condemned. His disciples are all scattered. He had these disciples with all these cool names like the Tall Brothers and all these cool Egyptian monks, and all scattered. John Cashin goes to Marseille, and he founds the first monastery, in Gaul at that time, which was part of the Roman Empire, that had a direct link to the Egyptian tradition. So the Egyptian tradition migrates into the Latin West through Cashin, who founds a monastery for men and women. Interesting, right? It was a dual monastery that also exists in the Celtic tradition. That was something that was very strong actually in the Celtic tradition. They would have these sort of family monasteries. So Cashin, that's what we owe a lot to Cashin, because his institutes translate into Latin the 8 thoughts of Evagrius, and then Cashin's conferences, very thick volume, wonderful, very colorful monastic dialogues with the desert elders. So a lot of this desert tradition makes its way into the West through Cashin. And then I'll get to you 1 second. And then Gregory the Great, who was Pope and Pope St. Gregory the Great, he's the one who compiles the list that turns it from the 8 to the 7. So what happens is he replaces acedia with envy and then drops pride, which takes the number to 7. And then the later tradition in the medieval, let's just say 12th, 13th century, combines vainglory with pride, and that's how we get our 7 deadly sins as we know them today. Okay. Further reading. There's a lot out there on this topic. If you want to read Evagrius's works, if you want to go right to the source, they're available in a very readable English translation from Robert Sienkiewicz. It's pretty affordable. I think it's like $30. A lot of some of the other stuff out there that's scholarly is like $100. And then there's a lot of like very general reading kind of approaches. Rowan Williams, who was the former Archbishop of Canterbury, he just published this last year. It's very approachable, Passions of the Soul. I love this book, Spirituality of the Christian East, by Tomas Spiedlich, who was actually a Jesuit. I think he was a cardinal, Catholic priest. It's like a handbook of Eastern Christian spirituality. So it's like very systematic, and it really breaks down like the psychology, and he relies on the primary sources. So it's really like you're reading the tradition. It's very accessible. This is one of the few books that I've consistently owned in my possession after moving across the country 4 times. It's really like a handbook for me. Okay, so Alana, and then we have okay. Is it okay we do some Q&A before we break? Okay.
I just wanted to know what language Evagrius was writing in.
Greek.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, but there's always a but. A lot of his writings were preserved in Syriac. So there were Christian communities. There were Syriac monks who appreciated Evagrius. The Syriac monks were pretty wild, as I've already mentioned. They were a little bit more extreme. They were doing some crazier stuff, kind of like the Babas, like the crazy yogis in India. Like they were just a little more on the edge in Syria. They were on the edge of the empire. So did Siri just turn on when I said like Babas? Oh, Syria. Oh, Syria. Where's Syria? Okay, that was good. I don't know what I was talking about. So his writings were preserved in Syriac. So like that's a lot of the reason why we have a lot of it. So everything had to be translated and et cetera, et cetera. Very complicated. Yes, please.
Can't read the title of the book.
Oh, that's on the right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's The Spirituality of the Christian East. Oh man, that's crazy looking. Yeah, it's called The Spirituality of the Christian East. There's 2 volumes. This is the first volume, volume 1.
Would you have a bibliography? Well, not really a question, just wondering, would you have a bibliography, or is this?
This is kind of it. I
Okay.
mean, most of the quotes from Evagrius that you have seen are from that book. It's called The Greek Ascetic Corpus. There are 3 texts in that book. One is called the Practicos, another is called On the Thoughts, and another is called the 8 Thoughts. And all 3 of those are pretty short, 20, 30-page treatises each, and all 3 of those are in that red book on the far side. So a lot of the Evagrius stuff came from there. I already showed you the Anti-Reticos, the handbook for combating demons. A lot of stuff was from there. Most of the stuff and the organization that I've done, a lot of it comes from this Spirituality of the Christian East handbook. So this is basically my bibliography.
Okay, thank you.
On your website, do you have like a suggested reading list?
No, but you can. I'm not.
When you finish those, you can come back for more.
You can.
But you can read the ones that I'm pointing
If
at
you
right
want
here.
to email me, if you
Start with those.
if you want to email me, I'd be happy to send you whatever,
I read Bean Still. That's an excellent book.
and that came out a while ago. I think that was originally published in the 70s or something.
The one who compiled, the one that we can't read, the one that you said that you bring with you everywhere you move.
Yes.
Who's the
Spidlik. The last name is Spidlik. Thomas Spidlik. 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 It's Eastern European. I hope it's not out of print. I don't think it is.
Everyone who's here, you guys will get a link to the recording of this talk too. So don't worry. You can attach yourself as firmly as you would like to these books. You'll have a link. You can rewatch the talk. Yeah.
Okay, so the whole thing, just to wrap for lunch, this whole notion of like universal consciousness, which was in the title and all this, like, we're not there yet. So, like, just in case you're wondering, you're probably not, but just in case you are, like, we're gonna get there. What ends up happening is like we started with the monastic tradition because I don't want to just be like spiritual bypassy. Okay, like it's important to lay out the psychology of how the mind is developed and disciplined and transformed. So that's what we do with the 8 thoughts. We end up with this sort of clear light vision of the sapphire light of the mind. That's where we end up with Evagrius. I'm not suggesting, for all of my deceased professors who are judging me in heaven, I'm not suggesting that Evagrius is promoting a kind of universal consciousness. That's not what he's doing. He's promoting a kind of Christian Dzogchen. When we come back, we'll look at the Sufi tradition. We'll look at Sufi psychology, which is similar but different to the Evagrian tradition. And then we're going to look at a very, very interesting 20th century Iranian psychotherapist named Riza Aristei. And when we look at Riza Aristei, who died on Josephine Street in North Berkeley, okay, so everything ends in Berkeley, as you already know already. When we come back, we're going to use this very interesting Persian psychotherapist who a lot of people have never heard of. He's going to tie it all together. And that's how we're going to get to this kind of universal consciousness thing. And he brings in Rumi, and then I'm going to bring in Ibn Arabi, and then it will make sense by 4 o'clock. I promise you. I hope. Okay. Enjoy your lunch. Have a nice time. Go for a walk. It's a beautiful day. And I will see you at 1:30. Thanks, everybody. Thank you for your attention and your time.
Thank you, David. All right, lunch logistics, y'all. There is the best grocery store in the world. It's right there. It's called Berkeley Bowl. There is also a Korean place called Spoon and a Thai place called Anjali. In the lounge here, we have a tiny fridge and a tiny microwave. So you are free to go and grab something and come back here. The lounge will be open. Emily's going to say something.
The Egyptian food truck was parked on 7th behind Urban Ore today. So if you're interested in that,
Don't sleep on the Egyptian food truck. It is actually very good. So behind Urban Ore, there's an Egyptian food truck. You can go there and then carry stuff back here. You're welcome to eat out, eat here, and then back in the room at 1:30. So aim to be kind of back here at like 1:15. We'll make a pot of coffee. Oh, best espresso in Berkeley is at a place called Koro on 5th. It's about a 15-minute walk or a 3-minute drive. Okay. Any other lunch questions you can ask me? See you all back in the room, 1:30. Microphone. Microphone. Okay, everybody. Whoa, this got loud. Or
Hello.
maybe I'm just holding it closer to my face. Okay. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you all had a good lunch. We're going to switch it up this afternoon with how we're doing the questions. So if you're holding the microphone, it is the talking stick and you can talk into it. And then the next person that's going to ask a question, you as the microphone holder will bring them the microphone. There's a little switch right here on the side. And when it's up, the microphone is on. And when it's down, it's off. So if you ask the last question, just turn the thing off and then turn it back on when you carry it to the next person who asks a question. So we're going to experiment with talking stick mode. We'll see how it goes. I believe that's all for logistics. Same rules from the morning apply to the afternoon. You are free to come and go. You can refill your tea. You can have tea. You cannot spill your tea or kick your tea. So that rule applies this afternoon also. And I just want to mention before we get started again that Alembic is we're a nonprofit educational space. And if you were here last night, you heard me explain what an Alembic is. So I'm not going to do that again, but I will say that what we offer here are a well curated selection of meditation classes, movement classes, workshops around the topics of inquiry, spiritual inquiry, psychedelic culture and consciousness culture, visionary art, and some things that do not fit into nice categorizable boxes. And part of why we do that is that your practice or your direction of inquiry is yours alone, and no one else can tell you what to do with your spiritual practice. And so what we do is we offer a lot of different things in the spirit of not so much a buffet, but more of a, curated, like a college. And the idea is that you can try a lot of different things. And when you find something that excites you or that you want to go deep with, there will be, whoever the facilitator is, they will be a deep representative of what they are bringing to the community. And you're able to try different things here, all while being held under the wider umbrella, like the meta community, the community of communities. So if you're interested in deepening your meditation practice, we have meditation every Tuesday and Thursday evening here in this room. And we also have more special events and workshops than you can shake a vajra at. And the best way to know what's going on is to sign up for the mailing list, which you can do on the iPad in the lobby. We send out one email every Monday. We do not sell the list. And we will continue to not sell the list if y'all continue donating. So Alembic is completely supported by donations. And thank you all for donating to be here today. We're committed to accessibility. So we try to offer everything we do by donation so that anyone who wants to come here and learn and practice can. And so I'm one of the founders of Alembic. We have 2/3 of the founding team here today. Eric Davis, one of the other founders, is among us, and he's going to tell us about 2 upcoming events that he is personally very excited. Look how excited he is. He's very excited about it.
Do you know what day is the next chalice? I don't have a calendar.
April 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, April 2nd.
April 2nd.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that on the fly virtual calendrics. I could see you like pull down the menu and count the door. So yeah, I just want to tell you about 2 things. One is this event that we were talking about called the Chalice, which is a monthly psychedelic culture gathering. It's like a salon. Sometimes we tell stories and have breakout groups. Sometimes we have guest lecturers. It's a little bit different than a lot of the psychedelic scenes and discourses right now. We're not particularly interested in venture capital, in medicalization, in the FDA, in sort of the professionalization of the zone. We're actually more interested in sort of digging out and bringing forward already existing currents. We're more interested in gods and jokes and poems and darkness and ancestors. And speaking of ancestors, the next one should be particularly excellent. We have a friend named Patricia Kubala who's been part of the scene since the beginning, and she's going to be bringing in a couple of folks and focusing on ancestor work and the question of ancestor encounters and how to work with those. Again, it's like everything we try to do here. It's like it has one foot in the visionary, potentially wacky, but on the other foot, it's like rigorous, playful, discriminating, not taking itself too seriously. And we have a really nice blend of that at the Chalice. The other thing I want to tell you about is tomorrow from 2 to 4, my wife, Jennifer Dumpert, who's a dream worker, and I are going to be hosting our second practice circle. And really what this is just an invitation for people who have different practice traditions to come together and just kind of reflect on what does it mean to be a practicing person? What does it mean to relate to practices? Too many practices, not enough practices, guilt about practices. How do we practice together? How do we practice solo? And I just feel like in one of the things that is missing in a lot of this world is that we have so many opportunities for kind of teacher-student relationships, and we have a lot of opportunities for students who work together in a single tradition or single practice, but there's less opportunity for kind of peer-to-peer engagement around the general issues of spiritual work, psychospiritual work, practice, coming together. How do we navigate this stuff in our ordinary lives? So that's something we're just trying to do and the first one went really well. It was a lot of fun. So that's tomorrow from 2 to 4. I think that's it. So let's hand it over to Miss Dr. O.
Thank you. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Katie. Thanks, everybody. Okay. Hello. Welcome back. Hope you had a contemplative, restorative, joyful, whatever you needed your lunch time to be. Let's sit for a few minutes. Is that okay? I like being in a space where I can say that and people automatically know what it means. It's like, I am already sitting. Invite you to bring some awareness to your heart. And just notice the quality of your heart space in this moment. Begin to deepen the breath. Bringing awareness back to your fingers and toes. And when you're ready, if it feels right for you, gently open the eyes, first leaving them soft gaze towards the ground, and then if it feels right, just allow your gaze to fall on somebody to your side. Say hello to your neighbor. Welcome back. Great. Okay, so we're still on this retreat journey together. A few more hours. I'll try to slow down time to the best of my ability. Speaking of slowing down time, everyone who ate lunch, your body is going to want you to go to sleep. And that's okay. Just try not to snore. It's a little distracting. I try not to take it personally. Okay. There is an excellent question before the break about what happens to the mystical tradition as it goes west. Was that basically? Okay. So I'm always skeptical of these kinds of scholarly narratives, but in the Eastern tradition, there is a mostly unbroken lineage from the Evagrian desert tradition, really all the way through Gregory Palamas, who was a very great hesychast saint and Eastern Greek Orthodox mystic of, I think, the 14th or 15th century. So there's a really unbroken lineage of mystical theology and mystical practice in the Eastern tradition, which is very monastic and very male, by the way. In the West, it's much more diverse in the sense that the Eastern tradition makes its way in through Cashin, as we mentioned. And then around the 8th century, an Irish theologian receives a copy of what's called the Dionysian corpus, the body of works by a Syriac mystical thinker that we now know as, or scholars now call, Pseudo-Dionysus. Talked about that a little bit last night. So the tradition of apophatic mystical theology, darkness, as Eric just mentioned, that makes its way in, but it mixes in with the development of European medieval culture. So it takes on a lot of different forms. So we have the rise of scholasticism and Thomas Aquinas, the sort of theology of the schools, the University of Paris, Oxford. And then we also have lay movements, also among women. So there's this really wild thing that erupts in Germany around the time of Meister Eckhart in the 13th, 14th century, this movement of women who start to self-organize. They call themselves beguines. And they write this love mystical sort of ecstatic poetry about the relationship between the bride and the bridegroom, or the soul and God. The beguines are a very interesting movement of women, mostly in Northern Europe, Netherlands, Flanders. So it's different. It's a very different flavor. It's much more. It's not as homogenous as it is in the Eastern tradition. There's and then we have people like Hildegard of Bingen, who we talked about last night, visionary female mystic nun. So there's a lot of, it's it's not easy to categorize it in a certain, whereas in the East, it really is very similar with each generation builds on the previous generation. In the West, it's a lot more because of social, cultural upheavals. It's just different, right? But it's there. Is that enough? We could do I literally teach a whole course on that. So I don't know how much more I can do today, but it's just different. It's important to say that it's different. And it's also important to say that there's more of an emphasis on, we could say, embodiment or emotion. Scholars refer to it as affective mysticism, a mysticism of feeling, sort of like we'll see with the Sufis.
Was that Hildegard in like the Benedictine?
Yes. Hildegard was a Benedictine nun. Yeah. And if any of you happen to see the Lumen exhibit at the Getty in LA this winter, they had a replica of one of her manuscripts. That was very cool. It's very cool. Okay. I think that's the best I can do right now with our time. Okay, so we're going to move into the Islamic mystical tradition. I am not a representative of this tradition. I did not grow up in Islamic culture or family or lineage. I came to the tradition, like so many others, through my appreciation and connection, not so much to Rumi, who, by the way, 10 years ago was still the best-selling poet in America, as you probably know. I came to Islamic mysticism through a very interesting figure named Al-Hallaj. Al-Hallaj was a mystic martyr who was very gruesomely executed for saying that he was truth. He was al-Haq. He was the real, basically self-identifying as the divine. And it's not as easy, it's always a complicated story. He was also involved in several political movements that we would call today social justice oriented. So he was also politically involved. So that's really what got him in trouble more than his mysticism. But he was a very radical, extreme kind of mystic who preached a kind of self-deification, that the purpose of the mystical path was basically to either become God or reflect God as oneself. So I got very interested in Hallaj. And I got interested in Hallaj like I get interested in most things through Thomas Merton. So if we have time, we'll end up there. But that's not what we're actually going to focus on today. Today we're going to focus on, what are we going to focus on today? Sufi psychology first. And then we're going to see where certain Sufi mystics go with their psychology, because it's a little different than where Evagrius goes. Instead of this notion of a pure sapphire light of the mind, with certain mystical thinkers, and we'll look at Ibn Arabi in particular, the sort of telos, or the end point of the mystical path, is this idea of a heart that is capable or receptive of every form. It's interesting to me because it provides a sort of very deep philosophical and mystical background for what I think a lot of spiritual but not religious people are experiencing and practicing today. Contrary to critics, I mean, there's obviously a lot of like New Age cornucopia, kind of like, I don't know, feel good spirituality out there in which everyone is one and all religions meet at the top and that sort of thing. And a lot of 20th century interpreters of Sufism thought that that's what Sufism was doing. They thought a lot of European interpreters of Sufism were like, oh, well, Sufism is another form of universalism. Right? They're basically the Unitarians of Islam. That's not entirely accurate. And at the same time, it kind of is. And that's what I love so much about Ibn Arabi, is that Ibn Arabi is a representative of the Islamic tradition, and he continued to identify as Islamic through his whole life. And at the same time, he also believed that the purpose of someone who is truly a Gnostic is to be able to experience and open themselves in very, very deep and real capacity to the richness of other spiritual religious traditions other than one's own. That's actually the purpose of being a Sufi or being a Muslim, is to be this, what he called a universal person. Okay, what Ibn Arabi described as being a universal person, though, is different than how a lot of people talk about it today in spiritual but not religious cultures. That should hopefully make sense in 2 hours if I didn't just utterly confuse you. Okay, what is Sufism? Sufism, this is a famous quote from 10th century, Bushanji, Sufi. Sufism is a name without a reality, but it used to be a reality without a name. So this already tells you that by the 10th century, there was a movement or a phenomenon that folks could identify or self-identify as a Sufi. All right, but this also tells you that it had become popular enough that it was becoming used to a point where it didn't mean anything anymore. Sort of like psychedelics. It just is used so much. What are we even talking about anymore? But it used to be a reality without a name, as we talked about last night. Right? We have an origin point for psyche delos, right, in the Huxley-Osmond correspondence. But there was a time when there was a reality without a name. Right? There was a movement. There was something that was happening, mostly in Iran and in Persia, that ascetic practitioners, just like we saw in the Christian monasticism, ascetic practitioners orient or tend to move into more what we could now call mystical or ecstatic types of experiences. So it's really interesting, as I've been going through the scholarship, that's really the trajectory that scholars are sort of pinpointing, that there's actually a movement from asceticism into mysticism, which is something that's very similar that you see in the Christian tradition as well. Scholars love to parse words. The history of Sufism, the history of the term is unclear, which is so wonderful. I love when origin stories are unclear, right? They're messy, they're not sure. Scholars think that it comes from the fact that the Sufis wore wool cloaks. The Arabic word is suf, for wool. But then Sufis love to play with words too. So they're always looking for hidden meanings and double and triple meanings. So safa means purity. But then also in the Quran, there's a group of people, or in the early Islamic tradition, there's a group of people called the al-Sufa, the people of the bench, the people that would hang out with Muhammad on the bench and talk Quran, basically. So there's all this play on words, right, of what a Sufi is and where the term comes from and what it means. And basically you could say that it means all of these things. Right? The key term is marifa. That's often translated by scholars into gnosis. So marifa is the Sufi mystical theological term for some sort of gnosis or direct knowing, right? Direct connection. We talked about the nous, N-O-U-S, in the Greek tradition. The Sufi version of that is marifa. This comes from one of the hadiths, the sayings of the Prophet Muhammad. And I'm assuming that most people here have somewhat of a familiarity with Sufi mystical literature or Rumi or Hafez poetry. Is that mostly true? Because I'm going to keep some of this stuff to the minimum. Right? So if you've read even your basic Rumi ecstatic love poetry, you know that the themes are often consist of these sort of contrasting poles, or like paradox and bewilderment, drunkenness and sobriety, expansion and contraction. And then this is one of the more important sort of technical mystical categories: annihilation, fana, and subsistence, baka. These are very important terms for the Sufis because the annihilation is the annihilation of the self, the annihilation of what they call the nafs, the lower self, which we'll talk about in a minute, the personality, so that there is if the self is completely extinguished, right, almost like vaporized, what holds or what contains, how do you subsist if your personality is vanquished? Will you subsist true only and purely in Allah? So if the individual I is extinguished, like a flame on a candle, right, there is a inexplicable divine reality that the human personality somehow, language, I don't have language for it because it doesn't quite merge because you don't exist anymore. So how can you exist with the divine? How can you merge with the divine if you don't exist? There is no I. There is no I left. There's only this sort of self-deification or this identification with the beloved. So in other words, we can say that the Sufi mystic becomes God, right? Now, that gets them into a lot of trouble. So that's kind of the basic frame, right? This notion of fana, the passing away of the self, the extinction of the self, so that the entity that is you, whatever you call yourself after that point, subsists purely in Allah. Okay, that's a very important point. Another piece here, and this is the cosmology creation story piece. The creation of Adam is a really big part of the Sufi mythos from the Quran. It's a little different than the Genesis account. In the Quran, Adam is almost like a superhero. You have to think that Adam which means earth or clay. Adam is not male or female or anything. Like Adam is like this sort of archetypal prototype of a human, basically like a Ken doll sort of human. Like if Ken wasn't a male, I don't know what we would call it, but we'll call it Adam. So basically, we'll talk about this later because we'll talk about the origins of evil and what that has to do with Sufi psychology. But when Allah creates Adam, he teaches him the names of all creation. Right? So Allah teaches Adam the names of the birds and the names of, this is what an ocean is, this is what a squirrel is, this is what a peanut is. That would be a fun conversation to have with God. Okay. But he also gives Adam, he endows or bestows on Adam this like supernatural knowing, so that Adam knows things that even the angels don't know. And at one point, the angels are basically demanded to bow down to Adam, like, because Adam is like the Lord of all creation, and one does not. And guess who that is? That's Satan. So Iblis, Satan. So he refuses to bow down to Adam because he thought that he was such a loyal monotheist that he would not worship anything other than Allah. So he's cast out. And then Iblis or Shaitan or Satan gets sort of transformed in this kind of like tragic, heroic lover figure who's like, his lover casts him out of the garden, but he still longs for his lover because he's so loyal and so faithful to his lover. So that's part of the heartstrings of like the Sufi poetry, right? So Adam is like a superpowered being in this sense. There's this model that we talked about earlier, this Neoplatonic model of emanation and return. That is a model that a lot of Sufi systems adopt. And it really reaches its pinnacle with Ibn Arabi in the 12th and 13th century, who pushes it to its utmost extremes, to almost a form where every divine name, so all the things that all the names that Allah taught to Adam, all of those names of creation become reflections of the divine. Everything. So if we push this notion that this notion of Tawheed, the utter unity, right, the utter unity of all creation, that if we really push it to the utmost extreme, that God is in and behind and has created everything, then that means that everything reflects the divine back to us. There's no distinction. There's not this, well, creation is bad or matter is bad. No, matter is actually an extension of the divine. It's part of the outflowing or the emanating of the divine. Right? So the purpose of the Sufi then is to learn to decode the divine in nature and in everything, because everything is a reflection of the divine. Does that make sense? That's a really important piece here. That's kind of the gnosis piece. It's like we were talking about this morning. So the work is to decode the divine, who's basically playing hide and seek with you through all of creation. It's like, do you see me in this tree? Do you see me in this blade of grass? Do you see me in this jasmine blossoming bush over here on the corner? Right? And we can take that even further. Do you see me in this terminally ill person? Do you see me in this person who's living on the street? Everything that is God in this model, right? So the work of the Sufi or the work of the practitioner is peeling back the veils. We are constantly peeling back the veils of reality to see that everything is a reflection of the divine. Everything, radically. And then what Ibn Arabi does with this is that even other religions, because in this culture, in the Islamic Empire, there were Christians, there were Jewish communities. So Ibn Arabi, there were Zoroastrians. So Ibn Arabi and Sufis would have been exposed to a number of different traditions, just like we are today. And then eventually, when the empire extends to India, a whole other world of religious possibilities opens up. So that's why Islamic empires were mostly pretty open to other people's faith traditions, more so than Christians, because there were these kind of belief systems that Allah is manifest in everything, right? In all of these different traditions, even though the ultimate expression was considered Islam, other paths could point the way, right? That's not something that we've seen in the history of Christianity, for example. Okay, that was a big download. Okay, great. So moving into Sufi spiritual psychology. Very similar model, because the Sufis, as I mentioned earlier, and Islamic philosophers were also following the Greek tradition, right? So there was a resurgence of interest in Greek philosophy in the Middle Ages among Arab philosophers. So they had access to Aristotle, they had access to works by Plato, they had access to works by Plotinus. They weren't oftentimes the originals. A lot of times they were summaries and distillations and things like that. But they were able to get this common scheme of emanation and return, and they were also able to get this sort of common schema of the parts of the soul, right? So it's very similar, the 3 parts. Following more of the Aristotelian influence, there's the vegetative aspect, which has to do just like vegetables, nutrition, growth, reproduction. There's the animal part of the soul, again, oriented around attraction and repulsion or aversion. And then the human, which, as we've seen, is broken up into the practical, the logos, and the more spiritual or speculative, the nous. So very, very similar spiritual anthropology. Okay. They didn't use the word psychology. The word that the Sufis would use was ilm. Ilm is knowledge. So knowledge of the soul, ilm al-nafs, knowledge of the soul. Now, the person was broken down into these different components that also map kind of consistently with the Greek tradition. The heart is considered the center of the person, the qalb, heart, the center of the person. This is a very biblical kind of spiritual anthropology, which connects with the Greek cardia. This is something we also see in the Eastern tradition. Spirit, ruh, the Hebrew ruach. Sorry for that. I tried my best. Connects very similar to the Hebrew word, also for spirit. The Greek is pneuma. The soul, nafs, Greek psyche, and then the intellect, aql. Okay, I do not know Arabic. Okay, do my best. Connects to the nu. So the L is pronounced aql. Thank you. All right. So there's a similar kind of lining up that we can see of these terminology, right, and how one connects to the other. Same thing with the nafs, the soul, right? Anger also resides in the chest. The appetitive function resides in the stomach. So we're really working with kind of parallel models here, okay, of how to understand the person. And again, it's because of the common Greek tradition that they both share. I've got a lot of stuff on this, and I don't know. I told you I over prepare, so I don't know. I don't know how much I want to go into some of the material. Yeah, I'm gonna skip that. Okay, so I really like this anatomy of the heart that the Sufis work with. I think it's a very for people that are meditators, people that are contemplative practitioners, it brings in a really, I think, helpful somatic anchoring to one's practice. For those of you that are meditators, it is very easy for meditation to be heady. It's easy for it to become a head trip. It's easy to dissociate. It's easy to bypass. I mean, if you are someone who especially has a history of trauma or dissociation or just like to dissociate, it's easy to just sit on your cushion for an hour. And, I mean, I was meditating the other week and I just started replaying like a Simpsons episode from like 1994. Lots of things happen when we're meditating. I find that having a somatic anchoring in the body is very, very helpful for me. And I like this notion of the heart, especially the fact that this idea that the heart has these different dimensions to it. So in this Sufi schema, and this goes back to a Sufi mystical theologian, Al-Tirmidhi, from the 10th century. There's the breast, which is the outer physical heart, the actual organ of the heart. Then there's the heart itself as a metaphysical principle, as sort of the center of the person. Then there's the inner heart and an innermost heart. Now, Tibetan practitioners, this might be kind of similar because there's somewhat similar comparisons in Tibetan practice about when you're doing deity practices and the outer aspect of the deity, the inner, the secret. Right? There's this similar kind of subtle approach. But what I really like about this schema is that it connects with different aspects of the thoughts. Okay, so that's the slide that I kind of skipped here. What the nafs or what the thoughts are. It's usually the negative thoughts, the negative aspects of the intrusive thoughts, the kind of schema that we've been working with Evagrius. But what I found in this tradition is that there's four, at least in Al-Tirmidhi's system, there's four different ways of understanding the thoughts or the nafs here. The ones that Evagrius is talking about mostly fall under this first category, the tyrannical, the nafs al-amara. Right? These are the types of thoughts that we mostly would identify as demonic, or the CBT people call intrusive thoughts, or the negative core beliefs, or the aspects of our mind that are not pleasant and won't shut up and won't let us go, the perfectionism, the judgment. They are tyrannical. Right? But there are other layers that are associated as we move deeper into the more subtle dimensions of the heart. There are other types of nafs or other types of thoughts that are associated with these deeper aspects of the subtle body. So there's regretful. Regretful is almost like a kind of like compunction. The Greek word is penthos, where you've done something and you feel bad about it, but then you need to repent, and it's an act of humility. But then as you move deeper into the heart, there's inspired thoughts or inspired nafs. And then in the innermost heart, serenity, serene nafs. So there's a similar kind of what we called I called earlier a monastic therapy. There's a similar kind of therapy here. There's a similar kind of healing or orientation towards serenity or peace or calmness or wholeness. But you have to move through the tyrannical aspects of the self in order to get there. And then they're also connected with different sort of stages of the path, depending on which level of spiritual seeker you are. If you're just a beginner, you're mostly struggling with the tyrannical nafs. If you're a gnostic, you move into a space of unification. So there's this whole sort of itinerary, right, of progression on the path. Right. I really like this idea of the innermost heart. There are corollaries in the Western tradition and as well in the Christian, Eastern, and Western traditions. I'll read this second quote. The innermost self allows you to catch a glimpse of God, while the innermost of the innermost self is that which is known to no one but God alone. This is an extraordinary theme that later Sufis developed, and Thomas Merton also became very interested in this notion that in the innermost core of the person is secret. We are secrets that only God knows the answer. This is an extraordinary concept in the Islamic mystical tradition, that the core of who we are is ultimately unknown to us, and that we might not even be able to know And I think that's so powerful because, at least for me, I want to know everything. Like, I have an addiction to knowing things about myself. But if the core of myself, in the innermost self of the innermost self, is secret, well, maybe it's not my business. You know. So this is the notion of the seer. The seer. Help me out, my Arabic friend. Seer. And we see this in Meister Eckhart, who loved to preach on this notion of the virgin birth in the soul, that our innermost soul is to become pure, to become virginal, so that it can give birth to the word, the logos in our soul. And Louis Massignon, the French Islamic scholar of the 20th century, he translated this as le point vierge, the virgin point of the soul. Right. Meister Eckhart also talked about the sparks of the soul, the sparks of divinity in the soul. Right. But there's this notion of the secretness. There's this notion that the soul is the place, the touching point. It's the meeting point between the human and the divine. This is where it happens. It's in the secret, in the innermost heart of the innermost heart. I mentioned last night Thomas Merton's famous Fourth and Walnut experience, where he had a epiphany or sort of illumination or revelation at the corner of a busy shopping district in Louisville, where he saw the secret, the secret center of the heart of the people around him. This was in 1958, after he had been in the monastery for 17 years or so. Or 10 years? No, 17 years. So he used that phrase, le point vierge, to describe his experience of being in a crowd of people in this busy, outside of the monastery, in this crowded shopping area, being surrounded by normal people walking across the street, and saying that he had this revelation of being able to see the secret center inside the hearts of every single one of these people. That is the kind of spontaneous potential for contemplative practice. Someone who was in a monastery doing contemplative disciplines for 17 years, and then happens to go out into town to, get a tooth pulled or whatever reason he was in Louisville, and has this spontaneous awakening, seeing the secret of the hearts of everyone around him. Okay. So I talked a little bit about Iblis. What I really want to do is trace, because we talked about the demons a lot this morning, in the whole cosmology of the demons and the potential ontology and agency of the demons. In the Sufi narrative, it's more about Iblis. So Iblis is the one who's sort of behind the scenes, poking at us and playing with our nafs and messing with our tyrannical nafs. And so one of the things, and there's lots of different interpretations of Iblis. There's lots of different interpretations of his own sort of mythos and mythology, and how people different Sufis interpret this. But I really like this last one, Iblis as the sin of I. The sin of I. I thought this was very creative. This is from Al-Nafari, who was also a 10th century Sufi. And he's doing this kind of Sufi etymology, this sort of like hermeneutic thing. The name of Iblis begins with an aleph, and the name of your enemy, the nafs, begins with a nun. So what he's doing is he's playing with Arabic letters. So aleph and nun equal ana, which is Arabic for I. All right. So he's playing with Iblis and this notion of the nafs. And then what he's doing is combining the two to get the Arabic word for I, in other words, ego. So the ego is the result, right, of this conjunction of Iblis and the nafs. Does that make sense? Right. Yeah.
Would that be an example of that kind of seeing through, appealing like that, like a hermeneutic, trying to peel away the veil by looking at the letters and everything?
Yes, and this is what the Kabbalists do in mind-blowing proportions in the Jewish tradition. Like this is like it's basically like alphabetic mysticism. right? I'm not a Kabbalah scholar, but like that's sort of what is, because you're taking the words and the letters of the Torah, which are the, you know, basically the mystical text, and then doing all this parsing out of inner meanings and hidden significance, and this means this, and the numerology of the letters and all this stuff. You get a little bit of that in the Sufi tradition, but in the Kabbalists, they take it to like a whole nother level. The reason that I want to focus on this notion of I, or the sin of I, is because when we talk about Riza Araste, the 20th century Iranian psychotherapist who we're going to look at in a minute, this is really the sort of fundamental to his psychology, his spiritual psychology. Okay, so the sin of I. Basically the sin of having a self, or having an identity, or being a person, right? Versus the falling away of the self into the divine. Okay. I loaded this up because I really wanted to make my solid comparisons between the Eastern Christian tradition and the Sufi psychology. So I think I overdid it, but this text by Sulami, who is a 10th, 11th century Sufi mystic and Sufi psychologist. I love this. First of all, I just like the cover of this book. The radioactive nafs here that are sort of like, it's just a kind of a rad cover. But it's one of these fun little like practical treatises that you get in monastic traditions and in the Sufi tradition. It's like one of these handbooks of how to work with yourself or how to work with your thoughts. It's sort of similar. It's basically like, again, it's like a form of therapy. These pithy sort of sayings about how to work with specific kinds of thoughts or specific kinds of the nafs, right? So let's look at the second one. Among the infamies of the soul is its love for talking about people. This includes being absorbed in subtleties of knowledge in order to catch the hearts of the gullible, and using one's eloquent speech to turn people towards oneself. I put these in here so they remind me. I put my own shadow into my PowerPoint presentations, help keep me humble. Okay, so how is this treated? This condition is treated by acting according to what one preaches. Oh, I have to actually practice what I preach here today. Sorry, I forgot. And that one preach to people via one's deeds, not one's words, right? So it's sort of a therapeutic manual. Sulami here is helping us sort of work with specific thoughts or specific ailments of the soul, right? And then providing us with a treatment or a cure. The first one, that's why I put that in there, because the treating, which one is this? Preoccupied with adorning outward things, feigning humility. This condition is treated by being occupied with protecting one's heart. Right? So here's a similar connection here with the guarding or the protecting of one's heart. Right? It's a fun little book. It's very cheap. I don't want you to buy anything on Amazon ever again, but it's on Amazon. It's like $10 if you're interested. Okay. This is what I really want to do. I had to do the whole scholarly, take you back to the origins of time in order to talk about something that happened in 1990, but it's part of the disease of being a scholar. This is who I really want to talk about this afternoon, and we might do this and then we might be done. We'll see. Has anyone here ever heard of Riza Araste? How? This one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You found it on Amazon? No, I'm just kidding.
I got it, I don't know, 15 years ago.
You just came across it?
Yeah.
Like in a bookstore? Or? Cool. Nobody was like, hey, you should read this? Interesting.
I didn't realize you lived here in Berkeley.
Jennifer, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, and I'm from two places. One was the Philosopher's Stone bookstore in Noe Valley years ago, and the other was a rabbi named David Zeller. Some people here may know. No longer living, but used to be a singing rabbi.
Ah.
Colleague of Shlomo Carlebach.
In Berkeley?
Yeah, and a neat mystical guy who taught women the Kabbalah. Eric, did you know him? Blessed be his memory. Yeah.
Very cool.
Very cool guy.
So personal connection.
Yeah.
Okay. I ask because I don't know.
But I hadn't read the book, so this is still, thank you.
Yeah. I ask because I really don't know who's reading him today, and I want to know because I'm really curious, because this is another person that I was introduced to through Thomas Merton. Most of the people that I know that know who he is through Merton and an essay that Merton wrote the year before, no, not even, I don't know, 7 months before he died, which I'll talk about later. But most people that know about about Ariste today are mostly Merton folks, right? I got very interested because the ideas that Merton writes about in that essay are so important. That's what he really writes about, this notion of becoming a universal person. And so I had to do what I do because I'm an OCD researcher, and I had to go back to the beginning, and I had to, like, you know, find the thing and do all the stuff. So I went back and read his books, which, you know, most of them are out of print. Not easy to find. This is the most accessible because I think it's been reprinted, and I think it was also published in the early 80s. So Growth to Selfhood is still in print, and it's his clearest book, I think, and it's really like a summary of his Sufi psychology. So who was he? Abdul Riza, he went by A. Riza Ariste. He was born in Iran. He was educated at the University of Tehran. And in the 1950s, he comes to the United States to study at LSU. I cannot imagine what that must have been like to go from Iran to Louisiana State University. That must have been a very interesting experience, especially in the 1950s. He ends up doing a postdoc at the University of Chicago, where he became very influenced by adaptive approaches to human development. So these were like big personality folks, at like Erik Erikson, for example, at that time. So like psychodynamic theory. So he gets really into that, particularly Erikson stuff. So he's interested in, like, we could call it, well, basically it's developmental psychology. But what he does with it is he takes more of an evolutionary and spiritual approach, which I'll talk about in a minute. He ended up teaching for like only a year or two at Princeton and at George Washington, and then he spent most of his life in like the Maryland, like DC area, where my sense is that he was trying to do this kind of like visionary spiritual evolutionary work, but he was trying to do it like in government, and he was trying to work with like corporations and like CEOs, trying to do like, I guess what people do now in the Bay Area with, like, I don't know, Microdose Friday or something. I'm just kidding. I don't think he was doing that. But he was trying to basically do spiritual, evolutionary, non-egoic, transpersonal work within corporations and structures and government, which I imagine was extremely difficult for him. Very difficult. He was kind of like a transpersonal business coach, I think, without using that language. What's so interesting to me is that he was not involved. Like, you know, I told you last night, like, I went to CIS, like, I did a PhD basically in transpersonal psychology. Nobody was reading him. Nobody was talking about him. He was not part of like the transpersonal Bay Area scene, who probably would have loved him in the 1960s and 70s and beyond. He wasn't really on the map. And I think part of it is because he was trying to work within these very, like, kind of like, I don't know, corporate structures to make change. Okay. His main critique was that Western, or, you know, European American developmental psychology didn't go far enough, right? That basically it leads towards and this was like Erich Fromm's critique. For those of you that were into Erich Fromm, humanistic psychologist, like, it's not just about becoming like certainly not about becoming like an adaptive citizen, like in the Freudian camp, or having like a solid or secure ego so you can go and become a productive citizen and go, you know, work in the shop or whatever. He thought that the real developmental project didn't reach the expansive horizons that he saw in his own native, basically Sufi tradition of his own native Persian culture. right? So he blends Sufi psychology and that tradition, a lot of what we just looked at, with this kind of like Ericksonian developmental model that he calls final integration, which is like kind of like, I don't like to joke about it, but that's what always comes to mind. And then like when I say this out loud, like final integration, people kind of cringe because they're like, this sounds familiar. Like, that's not what he's talking about. But that's the term that he uses, final integration. And the basic notion is that like the I, as we just saw with Iblis, the I that is not real. Like the end game of developmental psychology is this like healthy, evolved, adaptive ego that's like flexible and resilient and, you know, can tie its shoes and knows how to make dinner, and then you're done, right? That's the end game of like developmental psychology. You're a functioning, happy citizen. So you can participate in, you know, Amazon.com and all of our wonderful cultural developed products. That's not the end game for him, right? Because the I in his model is not real. So how can the I be the end game if the I is ultimately artificial product? So this is the Sufi alternative, right? And this is his process that he calls final integration. The first phase is that we have to learn how to detach from our cultural conditioning. And this is probably something that most people in here are doing or have done or are spending their life, you know, in some process of detaching from our cultural conditioning, learning how to see outside of our cultural complexes, right? Whether it's an American complex or, I don't know, do Canadians have complexes? Canadian complex, whatever your particular cultural situation might be. And then once you're able to detach from that, to undergo a process that he called an existential moratorium. He loves, these are great phrases here. Existential moratorium, basically a death of the self, right? A death of the construction of what you experience as yourself. And then a person who is successfully able to work through that is able to be reborn into a new value system. These are things like, if you've read Abraham Maslow, these are what transpersonal and humanistic psychologists later reframe as like being values, or like the sort of transpersonal values of love, creativity, community, basically everything that Berkeley was built on. Okay, I'm trying, folks. His model for this process of final integration is Rumi. Right? He uses Rumi as the model for this finally integrated person. Right? I think that Ibn Arabi might have helped him a little bit more in this model. So we'll talk about Ibn Arabi, but in his model, in Ariste's model, Rumi becomes like his guy. Okay. So what is an existential moratorium? This is the process that he outlines in this book, Growth to Selfhood, which is very readable. As I said, it's his most readable book. So the process of existential moratorium, an individual detaches from their culture, right? Whether it's your conditioning, you could call it your internalized parental imagos. You can use however much psychobabble you want. It's the stuff that exists inside of you as your, I can call it your karmic DNA or whatever, that is somehow, it's like the garments of skin of Adam and Eve that they wore after they got kicked out of the garden. It's a covering, it's a veil, it's a fabrication. Right? So detaching from that aspect of self, which leads the person into an increased awareness of the ultimate fragility of their existential reality, which then leads to an increased sense of anxiety because you don't have the life raft that you've been clinging to. Oh my God, I'm not my love of pizza. Sorry, this just comes to me and sometimes it doesn't land. I'm not my parents, whatever it is, you know, I'm not American. Like, so it increases the state of anxiety. And this is what I love about this, with an eventual appreciation of being in the process. So it's a shift from being in a state of anxiety to being in a state of trust. And that's what marks the successful transition of this period, right? Is the shift from being in a state of anxiety about my internal insecurity to being able to relax. As the yoga folks like to say, drop your shoulders and breathe into your anxiety and your existential annihilation. This too shall pass, right? And if you can do that successfully, it leads potentially to a process of rebirth, right? And he's really thought this through. It's a very kind of systematic model. He recommends that people find a location for their existential moratorium. I recommend the Berkeley Hills. Sorry, I'm staying at Kelp. So a retreat, right? A place to go on retreat. Go to Esalen for a month if you can afford it, or just go camp on the coast or whatever. Just go get lost somewhere and allow yourself to be reborn. The importance of the role of an elder or a guide, which is particularly slippery in today's spiritual climate, as probably most of you know. And then a spiritual practice. So in this Islamic tradition, there's the practice of dhikr, or practice of remembrance, right? A sort of a mantra, meditation, whatever it is that helps you in this chrysalis as you reform the self. And then what ends up happening is this ultimate, and I mean, this is how Jung describes the midlife crisis, his whole notion of the first and the second half of life. It's really a replacement of a value system. When you state it like that, it makes it sound a little too like sanitized, because you got to go through a pretty messy process just to find a new value system. But he uses the example of shifting from an outward oriented wealth, status, sort of professional, like egoically driven reality, not to diminish any of those things, but that's what Jung would call the first half of life. It's establishing yourself, in some sort of context, who you're going to be when you grow up, only to grow up and then realize that all those things don't mean anything. So the new value system, again, these sort of transcultural objects or transcultural values, Jung said that there wasn't a single person that came to him for therapy over the age of 35 whose ultimate problem was not somehow religious or religiously related. So Jung identifies the second half of life with this sort of higher spiritual value system. Basically, non-material is where we're going here, right? And that's the process. That's this process of existential moratorium. It looks clean on paper. It's not for those who are going through it or have gone through something like this. But I appreciate his sensitivity to the process, and his mapping of it. So how does he understand the structure and the anatomy of the conventional self, or the egoic I? Right? It's sort of like this Russian doll approach to human being or human identity. And it's basically all of the kinds of personas that we layer and layer and layer upon ourselves, and our society and our culture layers upon us, right? I already mentioned the internalized parental aspects of ourselves. We have generational selves, Gen X, Gen Z, whatever, millennial. We have social selves, professional, if you're a parent, like all the different personas that we wear that basically help us find our way in the world. And if we get too identified with them, ultimately can trap and contain us. Right? What's interesting about Eraste's model is that for him, functioning religion, which for him was probably mystical religion or some sort of spiritual aspect of religion, is actually, if it works like in a functional way, religion should be an organic approach that actually somehow triggers the linchpin that like ushers us through the process of existential moratorium and into this process of rebirth. I don't think that's happening here. Like, that wasn't happening, at least in the church that I grew up with. The church that I grew up in, which was a wonderful, very solid, respectable, stable Catholic institution, but it was a place to do that. It's a place to be solid, be stable, be respectable. I don't like to make these judgments. I try not to get on this kind of spiritual soapbox, but I think that's partly why folks are turning away from institutional religion, because they're not finding the thing that is helping them transition through this process of existential moratorium or some sort of lived, authentic, whatever you want to call it. We don't really have containers in our society today to do this work, right? That's why places like the Alembic are so special and wonderful and needed and helpful, because they create organic communities where people can help one another do the, what's the metaphor with the caterpillar? Go into the chrysalis, turn into mush, and then be reborn as the butterfly. There aren't containers for that in our culture and our society today. I'm fortunate, I work at a graduate school where a lot of students are coming here, and then the school itself becomes the container for students to go through this process. That's certainly what CIIS is for students across the bridge. So we have some places like this, but traditional, churches and synagogues and temples, I don't think that they're doing that for a lot of people today. So folks are hungry and trying to find alternative outlets, basically to die. That's what his model is. It's like, we need to find places that we can die to the things that are no longer serving us, and then we can become whatever's next. All right. And for him, it's a very lofty mystical vision, because his whole path outlines basically what is a Sufi mystical path of shifting from being a person, this personification, and ultimately to deification, which we talked about with al-Halaj, right? Seeing the self as God, and unification with the beloved. I mean, who was talking about that? Like, when I was growing up Catholic, it was like Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. It was like it was homophobia. It was, like, women are not like, you know what I'm talking about. Like, nobody was talking about deification or becoming the beloved, or even what the beloved was, except maybe your beloved pet. Okay. This is the framing that Aristide uses. It's very powerful. I think the title of the chapter is From Being a Muslim to Becoming Allah. In other words, from being a run-of-the-mill or religious practitioner to actually incarnating an aspect of the deity, which is a very different thing, right? Being a good person, following the rules, versus opening yourself up to having your heart broken by God. Right? And this is his form of Sufi psychotherapy. Right? So, and this is a really brilliant, this is what the Jungians would call projection and recollection. Right? We project our ideal selves outwards, and then we go through a process of individuation where we have to reclaim that identity. Right? So personification. You project your higher self onto a teacher or guide. Right? This is why it's such a slippery slope in spiritual cultures, because when you do that work and you're able to project your higher self onto your teacher or guide, which happens mostly pretty easily, or you do it to your therapist, or you do it to a person, there's a differential of power, right? That's automatically in place. This person has something over me, and they also have something that I want, or I think I want, and they have it, and how do I get it from them? And they need to teach me the thing. But then what happens if that person has terrible boundaries, right? This is the stuff that we see over and over and over and over again in spiritual communities. So it can't just stop there with personification. There has to be the reclamation or the retraction of the projection, so that the higher self becomes identified with the deity, not just the guide. So you can see through. This is the whole guru yoga principle in the Tibetan tradition, that the guru holds the deity for you until you don't need the guru, and then you can do your direct practices with the deity. And then through that, unification with the divine, or unification with the beloved. So that's the kind of sort of scaffolding for this process. And I love this. And it's not just deification of the self. It's not just halaj saying an al-haq, I am the real, I am God. It's the deification of everything. It's the deification of creation. it's this whole notion of the divine names and seeing the divine in everything that Allah taught to Adam, right? It's the trees, it's the butterflies, it's the delicious rice that I ate for lunch today. It's the sun shining on me as I was eating lunch, right? I almost had a Philip K. Dick moment at lunch. I was off, first of all, I was with Eric, but then we ate on these silver trays and it was like shining in my eye. I thought that I was going to have some sort of like, Valis was coming down. So like through my delicious, okay, sorry, way too inside. Sorry. Okay. The deification of everything, folks. The deification of everything. Now, this goes into the Rumi stuff. This is where Rumi comes in, okay? The beloved Persian poet, Rumi. Because with Rumi, and in Rumi's poetry, and in one in particular that we're going to look at in a moment, Rumi talks about the eradication of names, the elimination of group affiliation, and the disappearance of concepts, right? This is like classic Rumi. So let's take a look. I'm just going to go right into the poem because I'm like, it's right there. Okay, so this is very famous, very heretical Rumi poem. He was in no other place. Cross and Christians, end to end, I examined. He was not on the cross. I went to the Hindu temple, to the ancient pagoda. In none of them was there any sign. To the uplands of Herat I went, and to Kandahar I looked. He was not on the heights or in the lowlands. Resolutely I went to the summit of the amazing mountain of Kaf. There only was the dwelling of the legendary Anka bird. I went to the Kaaba of Mexico. Jeez, I'm so sorry. Mecca. I have Gulf of America stuck in my brain, apparently. Sorry. It's late in the afternoon. The Gulf of Mecca. Okay. He was not there. I asked him about him from Avicenna. He was beyond Avicenna's range. I looked into my own heart. In that place, his place, I saw him. He was in no other place. Okay. So this is for Ariste. This is his sort of case study. This is his evidence-based research of how final integration works in the lives of at least one living mystic or practitioner. Right? The elimination of names, cross or crescent, the elimination of group affiliation, Turk, Persian, Arab, Muslim, Christian, Jew, then the disappearance of concepts. East, West, paradise, hell. Right, so here's another example. Very powerful poem. Who am I? What can I do, my friends, if I do not know? I am neither Christian nor Jew, nor Muslim, nor Hindu. What can I do? What can I do? Not of the East, nor of the West, not of the land, nor of the sea. Not of nature's essence, nor of circling heavens. What could I be? Not of earth, nor of water, nor of fire, nor air, not of being, nor of existence. Neither Indian, nor Chinese, nor Bulgar am I, nor do I come from Iraq or Saksin, nor from Khorasan's earth am I. I am not of this world or the next, nor of paradise or hell am I. My place is the placeless. My trace is the traceless. One I seek, one I know, one I see, one I call. I have no body or soul because I belong to my beloved entire whole. So Rumi is this, he's expressing this utterly ecstatic but very apophatic mysticism. Notice the neti, not this, not that. Right? He's emphasizing what is not of the East nor the West, not of the land nor the sea. It's all these It's a series of unsayings, unspeaking. When we talk about Ibn Arabi, it's going to be the opposite in a certain sense, because with Ibn Arabi, he is saying that he is all of these things, right? It's different, it's the same, it's different. It's a different impact. Okay. I'm skipping over some of the background stuff because we can talk about it later if you want. I want to stick with like the texts. So this is the famous, very famous poem from Ibn Arabi. My heart has become capable of every form. So this is more of a cataphatic approach. My heart has become capable of every form. He's saying what it is. It's a pasture for gazelles and a convent for Christian monks. This is what it is. Ghazal, of course, is a play on the term for, I think, the term for song, right? Or poem. Poem. You're going to be my tutor. Right? So there's a play on the word gazelle, right? Ghazal. A temple for idols and the pilgrims' Kaaba. The tables of the Torah and the book of the Quran. I follow the religion of love. Whatever way love's camels take, that is my religion and my faith. Right? So it's very interesting to put these two side by side because they're saying something very different. Rumi is getting at the ultimate secret or the unknowability, the mystery of the I. The deepest mystery of who I am beyond any sort of identification. The utter nothingness of the person in the mystery of the divine. All right? That's the fana, the passing away. Ibn Arabi is doing something very different. He's saying that the universal person is capable of every form. So there's a Sufi phrase about being a son of this instant, meaning that you are available and immediately present to that which is right now in front of you. Right? So that each form, each religious distinction, you're able to almost, it's very mercurial. It's very playful. You're able to play in the different religious forms or practices of life. I think this is how I see Alembic. Right? It's a place where you can come and play, and your heart can become capable of all of these different forms. It's like Katie said earlier. You like how I do this every time I come here? Yeah. Okay. You can come here and you can try out different forms, and you can see what works for you. Right? That doesn't mean it's not about cultivating some sort of cafeteria consciousness. You like that alliteration? It's not about that. It's about recognizing the sacred aspect in different traditions. Right? And this whole model for Ibn Arabi is built upon this whole self-unfolding of the cosmos. Right? The divine names, the cosmos, the divine names that are in the cosmos as mirrors that reflect back the divinity of creation. So of course there's going to be truth in the Torah, and of course there's going to be truth in the monastery, or there's going to be truth in the pasture. You know, it's being able to see it and recognize it. Right? And the term for this, the insan al-kamil, scholars often translate this as the perfect person. But I think because we have such issues with the notion of perfection in our society, that being a perfect person thinks that you're somehow doing something right. That's not really the intention behind the concept. So other scholars have translated as a universal person or even a cosmic person, which is my favorite. Right? Becoming a cosmic person, so that the human is a microcosm of the macrocosm. Right? Okay. Pause. What's happening now? Thoughts? We talked about existential moratorium and midlife crises and dying to self and socks and all sorts of things. So any thoughts, reflections, or you want to take a break first, maybe? let's do a break. We'll do 10-minute break, and that'll mean 12. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Okay, bringing it on home. We're going to land the plane. Questions, comments, reflections, please. Yeah.
Something that I thought was like interesting in that sort of like developmental model that what was I don't remember. Ariste was presenting. It was like notably similar to I guess you could say developmental practices that are that use like initiation. Because I've also like heard of like initiation as like, like where's that? Yeah, like this, like, there's a detachment from your group, and then there's like a essentially like a death experience. And I've read about that as something that's like intended to replace your values with more universal values. Because like after you go through your initiation, you have like a sort of forced ego death in the confrontation of, whatever horrible thing you're dealing with, and that the results are that you come out being a more universal person, or one who's more transpersonal in one's relationships, and that's like the like sort of basic process of the development of the psyche, which I think it's interesting that that's like total so different, but that it's reflected here from Western psychology that I've been taught.
Yeah, and that's why I think that's why I like his point, Ariste's point, that religion, where was it on here? That the purpose of religion, he describes it as a functioning religion, is supposed to be a transitional mechanism. That if we actually had functioning religious initiations or rites of passage that were happening for people, and I don't want to idealize this stuff. Let me say that, because I've been involved with like mythopoetic men's movement stuff. I've been doing this stuff. I went through a lot of that when I was living here in the Bay Area. And there tends to be this glorification and idealization of rites of passage. Well, if only we had rites of passage in our culture, then we wouldn't be as messed up as we are. Well, I don't think that's true, because I think society has always been messed up. I don't think there's any magic thing, right? But I do think that what you're saying is true. Like for example, in traditional, even in traditional Sufi lineages, where you really have like a very close student-teacher kind of relationship that's functioning and potentially healthy, and same thing that you see in initiation in whether it's yogic traditions or Buddhist traditions. I mean, the Buddhist monastic tradition is so extraordinarily rich, and there's lots of ways that if religion functioned in these areas, they're supposed to do these kinds of things. Is supposed to be oriented towards transformations of consciousness. But instead, if we're just like sending kids to college where they just do keg stands for 4 years and then they come out on the other side and then they're just like, that's not, I don't think, helping folks find who they are. At least that wasn't my college experience. And yet I actually lived in a monastery when I was in college. So I think something in my psyche wanted this and was trying to create this for myself. And I got a little bit of that in the year that I lived in a monastic community, but I basically had a psychological breakdown, and it did not complete itself, so I didn't really have the containment to, I definitely had the breakdown part, but then there needs to be the containment to then move through to the rebirth stage. And I did not find that in my experience in institutional religious life. I don't know if I just did therapy with you or answered your question, but thank you for asking. You don't need to respond. Did I touch upon your question at all?
Yeah, it's just like the notion that's like a developmental like model of the psyche that's like totally different than I definitely wasn't raised with a developmental model that at some point my ego was gonna die until I like got exposed to like Buddhism.
Yeah, and this is, and Jung's whole thing is that the psyche actually wants this. It's not true for everybody, but for some people's psyches that are oriented or desirous of this sort of transformation, the call is going to come from within. Jung didn't have a container for this either. That's why he had to create one, Right? For those of you that have read Jung's Red Book, or if you read his Memories, Dreams, Reflections, he outlines the whole process of how he had to discover and go through this himself. He had to create his own self-initiatory kind of practice, and all the different kind of creative ways in which he did that. So, through imaginal activities, by the way, basically talking to the people inside of his brain.
Speaking of imaginal activities, Ariste, you said that he had this critique of the Western over-reliance or over-privileging of the rational mode above the intuitive. And you said you've been reading a lot of Ibn Arabi.
Yeah.
I have a hard time disambiguating him from Corban because everything
of
I've
course,
gotten comes
sure,
from Corban. But my understanding with respect to this Neoplatonic cosmology here is that that Ibn Arabi made a similar critique within the Neoplatonic cosmology, basically saying that there can be an overprivileging of logos or akal, and there's actually something that comes through the realm of soul that akal cannot replace or is inadequate to, that is actually crucial for that becoming universal self. And I'm just kind of curious, does that like resonate with your reading of Ibn Arabi here?
Look, I can't, and I don't know how anybody, I mean, I'm sure some people can, like William Chittick, but like being a scholar or saying that you like own this knowledge or there is so much out there that Ibn Arabi, his corpus is enormous, and a very, very small percentage of it has been translated into English. It would take lifetimes, for me at least, to claim that I have taken a sliver of his thought and tried to learn something of it, right? So what you are saying sounds like it could very well be true. I can neither confirm nor deny. That's what I'm saying.
Awesome.
The whole notion of the imaginal, the Barzakh, like we haven't even touched upon that, but Ibn Arabi has this massive whole, I don't know if we can call it a psychology. It's an ontology. It's an epistemology of the imagination, and how the imagination is the gateway into, the other realms. And Eric's an expert in that. You can ask him. I'm not. There's no experts here. I'm really sorry. There's people pretending to be professionals, but there's no experts.
Awesome.
No, it sounds like you've done some really solid reading there. That would make sense to me. I just read a student dissertation last week, like 200, I don't know. I read a whole chapter. It was like 2 chapters. It was like 120 pages on Ibn Arabi. I read it. My student's dissertation. I read it and I was like, yeah, okay. Like, I hope he's not watching this. But it's just so dense. It's so dense, and it's like I don't know. It's like a mouthful of chewing gum. It takes like 10 years to get into it.
Yeah, there's a lot to chew on there.
A lot to chew on. Yeah.
The Futu Mecca is literally encyclopedia.
Yes. Is that the Meccan Revelations? Yes.
Futu Mecca. The Meccan Revelations is literally an entire encyclopedia set.
It's thousands of pages in English translation.
Yeah.
Yeah. And most of the English, there are full English translations now, but what you get mostly are like condensed, like kind of abbreviated things that are oriented around themes. So like you would have to do like probably 2 PhDs to really grasp. And what you said about Corban is very true, because the other thing is, for a long time, when Ibn Arabi's translations were not available in English, like you had to read Corban or other European translators, so you would get their thought and not always know what the primary person, which is what happened in the Jungian and the depth psychology world, because because of Jung and others, everybody was reading Henri Corban, and this is basically what this student's dissertation thing is about. He's trying to disambiguate Corban from Jung, from Ibn Arabi, and he's trying to trace all the genealogy, and he did a very, very good job of that. But it's hard. Hard to do that. Yeah. Do it. Was there someone over here or something? Okay.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
It works.
I project onto this. This is my projection. I project onto this very much an individual process. In the transcultural, I don't see. I mean, you say like community as a value, but I don't see a new and better culture in the transcultural. This truly seems like all culture, all group identity has been left behind. It feels very it's individual. I'm alone, and in a previous answer, Jung had to construct for himself, but it feels like each of us has to construct for ourselves. So that there's we won't be joining a community of those who know this. We all by ourselves construct, helped with guides or whoever. We'll need help, but we're doing it for ourselves alone. And I said, this is my projection, but I appreciate you telling me how this is not correct.
I think there's a lot of accuracy in your what you're. I don't think you're projecting. I think you're picking up on something. It's basically a community of individuals. There's a lot of. I mean, I'm not saying that this is. I'm not trying to get on a soapbox to say this is the way. But I think that that's very accurate. This is for people that are forced to go through stuff because of their own inner circumstances or their own inner process. You can't make yourself go through something like this because it won't work. You just won't want to do it. Like, this is very mysterious why somebody would even want to do this or be called to it in the first place. But it's a model for people that have been through something like this. But it would create basically what you're saying. Like, it would be a culture of individuals, which is, I think, what happened when you look at the history of Jungian psychology. Like, people kind of glommed onto Jung and they projected like the deified father figure onto Jung. But I think and that kind of became pseudo-religious. But Jung uses, and he's really talking about what Jung calls individuation. So it's a community of individuated people, but it's not like everybody's falling in line under the cross or the crescent or the banner or the flag or whatever. It's not. It's a community of individuated people. It's basically the Bay Area. Come on.
Is that why the religion is transitional? Because religion is the ladder that you kick away.
Yes. If it functions well, it should be the raft or whatever. It's the thing that you use to get to the other shore, and then But I don't think that's what happens for people. It becomes the thing that they cling to for life, and that's fine. I'm not trying to promote a sort of elitism about this. I think this is a very idealistic model that is probably for the few. Right? I don't think this is not transformation for the masses, sort of thing. But I definitely don't think you're projecting. We done?
Thank you. The professional has confirmed my experience.
Right here? This professional?
Well, everybody, but you too. Thank you. I was going to ask, in general, how do we bring this into the church? But then, what your comments are is it is very individual. But, the container, you spoke also of the container, and container is the church or the ummah or the oh, I forgot in Buddhism, what is it? The Sangha. It's the Sangha. It's what Eric was talking about happens tomorrow, I think. It's the coming together of the individuals, their individuation. Oh, and this was the other thing I was going to say, in terms of the professional and the experience. This, I do think, is the value of psychedelics, is it helps to rearrange and turn upside down the brain so that you see things in ways that you hadn't seen before. That helps, but so does grief, or these horrible, horrible things that happen, like the death of the one that you love. And, it breaks you open, and to see things that you hadn't seen before. And I suppose I wanted to ask you too about the alchemy, how did you phrase it? The alchemical hermeneutic. I mean, is this hermeneutics when you begin to read and see things and make sense of them, to see the patterns? I mean, I'm not sure where I'm going, except to say that, I'm not sure where I'm going, except to say thank you.
No.
and the value and importance of the Sangha.
Yes.
Despite the isolation of the individual within his own experience or hers.
I think it's a kind of mystical hermeneutics. I think that's like the Kabbalistic kind of, that type of practice is a kind of mystical hermeneutics. But you can take it, like that's specifically about the text, but you can transpose that onto your vision of the world. So it's about the signs and symbols. We haven't talked about Pseudo-Dionysus, but Pseudo-Dionysus, his whole notion of the what he called the ecclesial and the celestial hierarchy is this model times infinity, because what he does is he takes this Neoplatonian model and he overlays the church on top of it. So all of the signs and symbols and sacraments of the church are all part of this emanation model, where the divine energies of God sort of trickle down like 1980s Reaganomics. Come on, folks, it's 3:30 in the afternoon on Saturday, right? Esoteric Reaganomics. That's my next workshop at the Alembic. You need to trademark that. Where I was going with this is that the Episcopal Church, if I may, has done a wonderful job of recovering contemplative practices in ways that most other, to my knowledge, Christian denominations have not. So the Episcopalians, especially the Californians, have gone all in with centering prayer. There's a labyrinth in or on the property of like every Episcopal church in California. Right? They're just like, because I think for whatever reason, the Episcopalians have been open to, let's just call it the Spirit or the movement of the Spirit and the revival of interest in spiritual and contemplative practices. So I think for a lot of people, the Episcopal Church is working. I'm very fortunate. When I come to Northern California these days, I'm either here or I'm speaking at an Episcopal church. So I raise the banner for the two things. It's like the Alembic in my right hand and the Episcopals in the left. So maybe it should be the other way around. Is the Alembic the left hand path? Yeah, okay. So the Episcopal Church has really gotten on board with recovering ancient practices. And I think it's serving people. I think it's creating a container for a lot of people to return to. I mean, last time I was up here, I had a wonderful evening. A shout out to West Marin. I had a wonderful, wonderful evening up at St. Columba's, which is in Inverness. And their pastor, I'll just do it. I'm going to do the whole plug. Their pastor, Vincent Pizzuto, has done a remarkable job with reviving contemplative practices. It is a haven in West Marin. It's like you have Spirit Rock here, and you got like St. Columba's, and it's got like all the contemplative folks are like hanging out in West Marin. That was Dick's church located. No. Yeah. When he became an Episcopalian, he was living on Point Reyes. There you go, boss.
Dick who?
Philip K. Dick. Oh, Philip K. Dick. Oh. What? We have breathed the same rarefied air. I had no idea. Where was it? St. Columba's.
That's where he became Episcopalian. Wow.
Who knew? Wow, Eric knew. All right, I need to let that sink in. They need to put that on their website. Okay. All right. Wrap that up in a bow very nicely. Was there another point in there that I missed?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. This has been fun. I like coming here. I'm not done yet. I don't have to be done. We have a half hour. Do you want to talk about Thomas Merton? Because Thomas Merton's really the bow that ties everything together, because it ties together last night with right now. Ooh. Okay. Enthusiasm. Man, I tell you, the stamina of the folks here, it's like, geez, I will not say anything recorded publicly. I was about to say, if I was in class right now with my students, but I will not say that because one of them is probably online. 3:30 in the afternoon, folks, on a Saturday is tough, okay? I get it. Okay. I have... Right. I did the Thomas Merton intro last night. I think I'm gonna skip it. I'll do a very brief, just so you know when he lived. Okay. Born in 1915, dies in 1968, 53 years old, very young. Okay. Born in France. I shared last night, he had a rocky year at Cambridge. He basically gets expelled. He gets pulled out because of his recklessness. He has a much more successful career at Columbia, does his master's degree on William Blake at Columbia, very important Merton trivia, but also the background of his understanding of the Christian tradition. Blake is sort of there. He writes about Blake's fourfold vision. That was a big part of his thesis. He basically fails as a novelist. That was really what he wanted to do. He wrote multiple novels that were rejected. It's not until he enters the Trappist monastery, Our Lady of Gethsemane in Kentucky, that he finally, I guess an autobiography is a form of a novel. He publishes his Seven Story Mountain in 1948. And as I mentioned last night, it was really an overnight bestseller. Did very, very well. It has sold, I think, over 500,000 copies, probably more. And what else? I mentioned his turn towards Zen through D.T. Suzuki, who was sort of his, intellectual mentor in the 1950s and 60s. He follows the sort of, what's the word that Jeff Kripal uses in the tantric infusion? What's the phrase he uses? Do you remember? The 19th tantric of course, because Jeff loves alliteration. The 1960s tantric transmission that happened in the United States counterculture. So Merton gets into Hinduism. He starts reading non-dual Vedanta texts. He starts reading Shankara. So he rides that sort of yoga wave in the 60s. And in the last year of his life, he's finally allowed permission to leave the monastery and to travel. So he declines his invitation to Esalen. Sadly, he never got to experience the baths, but he said yes to attend a Pan-Asian intermonastic conference in Bangkok. So he arrives, I think, in September. He travels around India. He goes to Sri Lanka. And then he ends up in Bangkok in December, where he dies at the Red Cross Center, where the conference was held. The circumstances of his death, as I mentioned last night, were very mysterious. They found his body on the floor with an electrical fan that had fallen over him, with a deep burn scar on his body, a pool of blood behind his head. Matthew Fox, the esteemed Episcopal priest who lives in San Francisco, claims that he was assassinated by a member of the CIA. There's lots of conspiracy theories about Merton's death. It seems that he had a heart attack, probably fell, grabbed the fan maybe, and was electrocuted. So we don't know. What is remarkable is that of the dozens and dozens of books that this man wrote in his lifetime, they are all still in print, even the bad ones. Okay, there's something about this person who has become larger than life, and I think part of it is this notion of becoming of universal personhood. I think Merton, in his life and in his writings, demonstrated what it means to be a universal person. He was a very open, very embracing, very ecumenical and interfaith person who was deeply invested in the spiritual realities of other traditions' practices. He wanted to know about Buddhist monasticism because it made him a better Trappist monk. He wanted to know about yoga practices because it made him a more flexible, person. I'm sorry, it just gets worse. It just gets worse. It's going to get worse as we get closer to 4 o'clock. Okay. In addition to his turn towards Zen in the 1950s, Merton becomes interested in Sufism. And this is through Louis Massignon, who I mentioned already, was Catholic, and was also I believe, a Melkite priest, even though he was married. In certain Eastern Byzantine Catholic traditions, you can be married and also be ordained. Louis Massignon was a very interesting person. He wrote his dissertation on Al-Hallaj, who came to him in a vision at a certain point in his life. So Herbert Mason was a student of Louis Massignon's, and this was the quote that I read to you earlier. The line for me that is so powerful is this whole piece about us having to enter into the darkness of God's presence. Above all, what does not appear to be religion, right? That is the piece that is interesting to me. What does not appear to be religion, right? This is the individuation piece. This is the entering into the darkness and forging our own path through our own existential moratorium piece, right? Merton becomes very interested in Sufism. It's a period of about a decade. It's the late 50s, really, until the very end of his life. He's talking about Ibn Arabi in the conferences that he gave in California, up at Redwoods Monastery on the border of Mendocino and Humboldt County in May of 1968. He's talking to these nuns about Zen and about yoga and about Sufism and about Native American rituals and rites of passage. It's really wild. And the thing is that it's not really, I mean, I guess, critics could say that it feels sort of hodgepodge or cafeteria style, but he's doing it with a sincerity and a real level of contemplative engagement with these practices. Okay. There is really a sincere seeking in these different traditions. And I love this quote because I think he describes this whole notion of the divine names and the sort of self-emanation model of the divine. So this is Merton's hermitage that he lived at. It's still there to this day. You can sit on the porch and swat the mosquitoes off your body and pull the ticks off your leg, or just hang out and drink a beer, which is what he was doing. So this is from Merton's California conferences. Each day at dawn, I would be working on Ibn Arabi. So he'd be sitting at this desk, watching the sunrise, reading Ibn Arabi, trying to understand Ibn Arabi. The sun would be coming up and the birds would be singing. It's immensely complex, immensely imaginative, and yet at the center, you get this feeling that everything is all coming to a focus. There's a feeling that it all points to one thing, which is to this creative design of God. Right? This is Merton's experience as a monastic practitioner, the embodied reality of being in his hermitage, which is surrounded by the Kentucky woods, with the sun rising, the birds singing. He's reading Ibn Arabi, talking about the divine names, and he's having this sort of total, mystical moment of the synthesis of the word and the text and nature and the sun rising, and it's all this. He's recreating the moment for us of what it's like for him. It's a kind of mystical hermeneutics, right? This is the sort of spiritual potential of reading mystical texts, and doing it in nature. So what Merton does is that he first read Reza Aristei's Final Integration book in 1965. And for whatever reason, he picks it up again a couple years later, and he writes this essay that's the same name. It's called Final Integration Towards a Monastic Therapy. All right, where he basically does a book review in the form of an essay about Ariste's notion of final integration and existential moratorium. All right, so this is Merton's summary of Ariste. Final integration is a state of transcultural maturity, far beyond mere social adjustment. The person who is fully born has an entirely inner experience of life. They apprehend life fully and wholly from an inner ground that is at once more universal than the empirical ego, and yet entirely their own. So there is a kind of, we could call it an individualism or individuation, but it's an individual path. It is an individual path. They are, in a certain sense, cosmic and universal persons. They have attained a deeper, fuller identity than that of the limited ego self, which is only a fragment of our being. So that's the developmental piece. It doesn't just end with a healthy ego, right? It goes fuller to this deeper identity. The person who has attained final integration is no longer limited by the culture in which they have grown up. They pass beyond these limiting forms while retaining all that is best and most universal in them. Now, I don't know how folks feel about Ken Wilber here, but it's a little bit like Ken Wilber's whole, what's the thing? Yeah, but what's the thing about transcend and include? Is that what it is? That's his sort of thing. It's a little bit like, I'm not a Ken Wilber person. Okay, I'm not. I know the arguments and the criticism, but I do like this notion of transcend and include. You don't leave the thing behind, you take it with you, So that's kind of what he's speaking to here. That is what the word Catholic actually means, universal. So there is an argument that he's making here about becoming a universal person and connecting it to the Catholic tradition. They have a unified vision and experience of one truth shining out in all its various manifestations. He's talking about divinity right there. Seen from the viewpoint of monastic tradition, the pattern of disintegration, existential moratorium, and reintegration on a higher universal level is precisely what the monastic life is meant to provide. This is how we go all the way back where we began with Evagrius. Right? Evagrius' whole thing, practicē, then you become the Gnostic, then you become the mystical theologian. Or last night we were talking about John of the Cross and the path of purgation, illumination, and union. He's tying it all together here. Right? He's bringing the Sufi tradition together with what Ariste is doing with universal consciousness, becoming a universal person, and he's tying it back to the monastic tradition, which is what he says that it should function as a way to produce these types of people. The monastic life, to Merton, should produce universal persons. It should not produce cookie-cutter monks who just make cheese, right? Or fudge, if that's your poison, or beer. I don't know if any are making beer in America right now. Where's that one? What's the famous Chimay? Chimay? It's in Belgium, right? Oh, Spencer in Massachusetts. They make beer. There we go. Look at you. Good New Englander amongst us. All right. So he calls this a form of monastic therapy. Now, the monastic therapy that we were talking about earlier today was about working with thoughts and working with the passions and working to try to cultivate serenity in the nafs and the inner soul, right? Merton is taking that idea and he's kind of turning it inside out, and he's saying it's not just about developing this aspect of your inner life, working at the level of the practicē, the practical life. It's actually about opening out to the most possible universal vision of what it means to be a human being. Okay. He's doing something very unique and very novel in the history of the Christian monastic tradition, mostly through being a synthesizer. And that's what one of his most brilliant gifts was, is bringing all of these different strands and traditions together and weaving it together in a way that, hasn't been seen before. Okay. Oh man, jeez, what am I doing? What was I thinking? So much. All right. Great quote here. So this is how he concludes his essay, Final Integration. The whole world is in an existential crisis, with destructive and tragic military, economic, and political solutions. The humanly optimistic answers foresee radical changes of a purely secular sort, which will initiate a kind of hippie kingdom of love in a cybernated and peace-loving mega city, presumably with free LSD for everybody. He's talking about Berkeley. This is Merton, and you saw a little bit of this last night. Merton was a wonderful cultural commentator and critic, particularly around the counterculture, right? The psychedelic counterculture. So the path to final integration for the interesting what he says here, for the individual and for the community. It's interesting he mentions community here. I didn't pick that up before. The path to final integration for the individual and for the community lies beyond the dictates and programs of any culture, Christian culture included. Wow. Right. Talk about going beyond one's own, even religious identities here. Okay.
I really want to know if he's got some substance behind his use of the word community there. Because when you say community beyond any culture, I mean, if I just look at that with a very anthropological, like evolutionary biological lens, I'm like, what kind of community is that? Like a community of humans, but it's beyond culture. What does that even mean? It's not clear that it's a nice phrase, but I'm like, is there something there or not?
Yeah. So two things. One is that he spent his entire adult life living in a monastic community. So community is at the forefront of any monastic practitioner, because that's your whole life and your ritual and your practice, and everything is oriented around community, even if it's a silent community, which is what his was. But my sense is that he's talking about, people like today like to talk about like emergence, like the systems thinkers and systems theory. I've never seen that really work yet in the way that people talk about it. Like, oh, well, this is an emergent system, or this is an emergent community, or it's like, okay, is that just like an excuse for chaos, or like what? So I don't know if that's what he's thinking, because he talks a lot about monks being marginal people, and the purpose of the role of the monk is to be on the edges of society, sort of holding up a mirror to the folks that are engaged in the web of samsara, right? So I don't know if he's talking about like the role of the monk is to develop him or herself to become this universal person that then can like hold up a mirror to the rest of society. Like, I'm not really sure, because the thing is that he died the same year that he wrote this. So that's what I am personally interested in. And that's my next project with this is I'm going to try to weave together a lot of the threads of what he was doing with his writing in the last year of his life to try to answer questions of like, where would he have gone with this if he had more human time, right? Because there's a lot of question marks. And the other thing is that because he shifted away from writing full-length books in the 50s, and he started writing more essays and focusing more on his journals. So not everything, but a lot of what we have from him from like really the last 8 years of his life are not necessarily these complete, well-thought. Like, he was not a systematic thinker who like sat down, I will now sit down and write my magnum opus. That wasn't him. He would get interested in an idea. He would write an essay about it. he would send it off to a magazine. He'd do it again. And then after he did that 12 or 18 times, his editor would put it all together and then he'd publish a book. But these usually books of related essays and topics. He was mostly an essayist from that perspective, right? So there's no massive system that summarizes his thought. Instead, we have lots of shorter related essays that are like, the facets of a diamond. So there's a lot of questions. Yeah.
Can you help me kind of distinguish between this notion of like the universal person and what we were talking about last night with like perennialism? Because it seems like they're like
my favorite thing to talk about.
Okay. Great.
Was there more there?
Let's start with that.
Here's your picture. See, this is what I got to tell you, the Zoom whiteboard feature pales in comparison to doing this, especially when the eraser doesn't work. Sorry, I've destroyed your whiteboard, Alembic.
It's the whiteboard that doesn't work. The eraser actually works great on the whiteboard. It was already destroyed.
All right. Maybe I'll even keep the same triangle. Oh, this one doesn't work either. Okay. All right. So the kind of classic way to think about, and just for starters, like perennialism, it's like it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Okay. One way to just look at it in the most simplistic form is that there's all these different religious traditions, particularly mystical traditions. And even though it's like we have like let's just say our Jewish Kabbalists are here, and our Christian mystics are here, and our Sufis are here, and our non-dual Advaita Vedanta, Upanishad yogis are here. In the perennial vision, all the things that make them distinct, culturally distinct as different historical traditions in their own context, with their own histories and theologies and doctrines, all that stuff kind of sloughs away. It's like an artificial covering. And what is real are the deeper mystical truths that are perceived as pointing to the same reality. Does that make sense? It's kind of like I'm making this up. I shouldn't do that, but it's sort of like we were talking about with like more like the radical Gnostic folks who don't think that the material world is real and everything needs to be kind of like shed in order to return to the one or the origin. It's a similar kind of fantasy, that history is relative and doctrine and dogma is relative, and it's less important than the core mystical truths, and those core mystical truths are the same across all different religions. Does that make sense? This is kind of like the perennialist or neo-perennialist kind of model that was promoted a lot in the 20th century. And some of those folks use this model to try to like basically say that this is what Sufis were doing. Now, real actual Sufis and Muslims don't like that, because it's saying that their beliefs and practices in history are like somehow less important, or that they're all the same. And that's not really what they're saying. I'm like out of breath. I'm so excited. Okay. Are you following me so far? Right. The reason that this model doesn't work is because it really doesn't respect difference and tradition. I shouldn't say that. The reason this model doesn't work. What do I know? Like, maybe the model does work. But the reason that historians and religious studies experts and professionals don't like this model is because most religious studies people are trained to be historians. So it's like, and part of that is studying language and studying like technical, mystical vocabulary and stuff that we've looked at. And that stuff's important because that frames our experiences, right? And I don't want to get into that whole thing, but that's that's been one of the real big academic sticking points in the study of mysticism, is the argument of the perennialist folks who like point towards the one mystical truth at the top, and the so-called contextualist folks, context, who focus on history and the actual like lived practical on the ground. You know, if you go and do a PhD, you're mostly going to live right here. You're going to study history, you're going to study tradition, you're going to study language, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The interesting thing is that Eric and I were talking about this over lunch. Another fun conversation is that a lot of the people in like the psychedelic medical model, because they're using language around mysticism and mystical experience, a lot of those folks are ignoring a lot of the history and the context of what mysticism is and what mystical experiences are. And they're mostly borrowing from a perennialist worldview that's saying that all mystical experiences are the same, or they're framing them through, we could actually put like the MEQ, the mystical experience questionnaire, because they're framing it all through this like box of like, this is what all mystical experiences are, which is based on categories of like unity and passivity and transience and timelessness and feelings of love and connection and whatever, right? I'm just out of shape. Let's just call it what it is. Okay. You asked the question, so that's my 10-minute answer. Is that good? Was that more than you ever wanted to know?
Okay, so then my understanding is like this has more to do with like maybe a reductive notion of like mystical reality as a sort of singular zone that kind of neglects the sort of context or historical or cultural lineages, whereas a universal person has more to do with like the results of a developmental here.
The universal person? No. This is what the universal person does. I'm sorry, folks. I don't mean to be dramatic. It's just the easiest way to do this. The universal person flips this model because if this is the heart that is capable of every form, it's able to perceive and experience the divine in each one of its historical contexts and traditions and capacities. That's at least as I understand it, right? It's not about like, that's why the Sufi scholars and the Sufi folks get upset with the other model, right? Because what's actually happening is it's a further going into reality. It's not transcending reality to go to the top of some like blank mystical unknown where there's no context or community or anything. Like, it's actually the opposite, right? It's diving deeper into shared communal practices on their own terms and their own ground. Does that make sense? Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so dramatic. It just happened, you know? I made a mess of it. I'm sorry. All right. I really like this stuff. This is like one of my favorite things to talk about. I'll clean it up, I swear. I'm not going to make you do the dishes and clean up my markers, okay? All right. Any other questions so I can destroy something?
Yeah. Is this open? Yeah, it's open. So thank you very much for bringing up the perennial question, because I was wanting to go there also. Last night you opened up by saying Thomas Merton was perennialist.
No.
Yes, I thought so. When he was in yeah. Oh, it was Aldous Huxley.
Oh, we were talking about Huxley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was Thomas Merton's original position, right?
No, he was arguing against. So in this model, if Huxley would have been the perennialist person, Merton would have been more of the contextualist person.
Oh, he already was.
Yeah, because he was arguing. So like Huxley was using the language of like, well, he was using the language of the perennial philosophy, which is, he wrote a whole book on that.
Right.
And this is the model basically of Huxley's book. So he takes different themes from, whether it's the ground or I haven't looked at that book in a while, but he connects it all towards the sort of underlying unity that's behind all of these different traditions.
Okay.
Merton is applying like Catholic theological language to talking about mystical experience. So Merton is like, well, where's the role of grace in this? Where, what's human nature? What's grace? What's like, Merton is asking questions that are situated in Catholic theory and practice. And Huxley's like, dude, I took a lot of LSD and I had my heart open to God. Like, it's a different frame. Like Huxley and Merton are approaching it from very different perspectives.
But wasn't Merton's his initial reaction to or response to the psychedelic culture that was beginning to bloom then a negative one compared to where he ended up, as where he was opening up more at the end of his life, you were saying?
Yeah.
last
So
night?
so towards the end of his life, Merton's language starts to shift around how he talks about psychedelia, mostly because of the people he starts to meet. So we were talking about like I think his correspondence with Lisa Bieberman was really important because he had like a personal what's the word for when you write letter to somebody? Correspondence with someone who was on the ground in an very emergent phenomenon of what like Lisa Bieberman was doing in Cambridge in the 1960s. And he compared that to the early church. He thought it was similar to what the early house churches were doing, at the beginning of Christianity. So the more people that he came into connection with that were involved in the psychedelic underground, he softened his position. And he was able to have more of a human approach rather than a doctrinal, dogmatic approach. So he basically gets out of his head and he starts having more human interactions with people.
And so his initial criticism was a cultural one, also in the sense that he was looking at psychedelics as sort of the pill that you could take and everybody has an automatic mystical experience. His criticism to consumerist culture, American consumerist culture.
Yeah. That's a third thing.
Now, when did he have that vision on the street corner of Louisville? Was that early?
That was March of 1958.
1958. He died in 68, 10 years.
Yeah.
It seems like that vision occurred exactly in that space of the American consumerism. And yet he was able to see through everyone in their consumerist activity, that spark, that what was that quote you had up there?
He saw everybody shining like the sun.
Yeah, the unified vision and experience of one truth shining out in all its various manifestations. It was almost like a prefiguration of his way of recognizing the value of psychedelics in the culture.
Well, it's really the timing of the whole thing is crazy. So Aldous Huxley writes him back in January of 1958, where Huxley writes him that beautiful letter where he talks about his experience of God as love and his experiences with mescaline and LSD, and where he says that it was through LSD that he came to understand the ecstatic utterances of mystics from East and West. And then 2 months later, Merton has an experience on a street corner where he sees all people shining like the sun with the divine light of God. So it's very interesting that all these things are happening at this time period. I'm not saying Merton wrote lots of letters to people. I'm not saying there's a direct correlation, but like he basically has a version of the experience that Huxley was describing to him 2 months later. It's just the timing is really interesting.
In the context of American consumerism.
Yes, in the center of a shopping district. He doesn't have that experience in the church silently praying in front of the Blessed Sacrament or something. I'm sure he had other experiences that he might not have written about, but this particular, which happens to be like by far the most celebrated passage in all of his writing, this Fourth and Walnut experience, happens outside of the monastery in the center of a shopping district.
The sacralization of the profane.
Which is partly why people love him so much. Come on, he was an Aquarius. Explains everything. Okay. I just want to say one cool thing because it's cool. Merton started a zine. How rad is that? Late 1960s, he started his own underground poetry zine that he was running off like mimeograph copies and having his novices staple them together and put them all together. So cool. And in this issue, he called it Monk's Pond. And in this issue from 1968, guess who contributes a piece? Riza Ariste. Look at that. And it's called The Art of Rebirth. How cool, right? So I just wanted to share this because the strings sort of gets tied. It all starts to come together here. And it's really a summary of everything that we've been talking about here. Sufi psychology, monastic psychology, coming together with the universal person. According to Sufism, the real self is not what environment and culture develop in us, but it is basically the product of the universe in evolution. That is us. We are the product of the universe in evolution. I shall refer to it henceforth as cosmic self. I love this proclamation, or universal self, in contrast to phenomenal self, the product of culture and environment. Cosmic self can be thought of as the image of the universe which must be unveiled. He's basically expanding and developing. He's riffing on Ibn Arabi and this whole notion of the divine names, right? To say that the cosmic self, the real self, is the image of the universe, that which must be unveiled in us. Right? The removal of self means the annihilation of that which bars the revealing of the real self. Sufis call this fana, which ends in a state of ecstasy. It is the beginning of baka, the state of conscious existence. Extraordinary. Extraordinary. He's tying it all up in a bow. Right? So the last thing I want to do is, it's a very important symbol here. So Thomas Merton dies. He had 3 meetings with the Dalai Lama in 1968. The Dalai Lama gave him like a whole lesson in Madhyamaka. Like Merton was very interested in Buddhist philosophy. So the Dalai Lama spoke with him about Madhyamaka philosophy. Merton dies shortly thereafter. In 1996, the Intermonastic Dialogue, what can I call it, like an organization, they had their first meeting. It was called the Gethsemane Encounter. They met in Kentucky. This is the Dalai Lama and the former abbot, Timothy Kelly. I was at Gethsemane last summer, and Timothy Kelly, who is now, I think, in his 90s or 90, he was working the front desk at the guest house. I love these people. And I said to him, I said, Father Timothy, I love the picture of you and the Dalai Lama praying at Merton's grave. What was that experience like for you? You know what he says to me, Jennifer? 90-year-old Father Timothy Kelly. You know what he says? He said, my knees were killing me. The Dalai Lama just kept going on and on and on with his prayer. Okay. Love to Thomas Merton. Love to Timothy Kelly. Love to His Holiness. Love to you all. Thank you so much for spending your day with me. I greatly appreciate each of you. It was really a blast. Thank you so much. All right. Thanks, folks.
Yay, thank you so much, David. Such an immense pleasure to have you back. My name's Alana, by the way, third person on the mic today from the Alembic, but been looking forward to having you back since you were here last summer. And hopefully we'll have you back again sometime this year, maybe. Anyways, we'll talk about that. But I just wanted to let folks know that we have a couple of relevant events coming up that haven't yet been named. So I wanted to let you know that if you're interested in Sufism and learning more about the practice of Sufism, this coming Wednesday, we have Anna and Aziz will be teaching a Sufi whirling workshop. Now, this is an opportunity to the point of, group collaborative versus individual practice. The way that they hold this space is like initially a group practice of zikr. And I have experienced this with them. It's like the most, I'm not into sort of group spirituality, but the but the experience that I had with this group is that it's just like so carefully cultivated group transcendent experience that it's just beautiful. And then they also teach you the practice of whirling. So and then they open into like whirling practice, and it's just absolutely beautiful, transformative opportunity. And I invite you all to come back Wednesday. And then I also wanted to let you know that we have Kathleen Harrison coming on March 16th at 1:00. And if you don't know who Kathleen Harrison is, I really encourage you to look her up. She is an ethnobotanist, and she has a deep like history of doing work with people in the Amazon, so sort of vegetabilism traditions, people who are working with plants, both psychedelic and non-psychedelic, and have intimate relationships with plant traditions, as well as in the Mazatec region of Mexico, which some of you may know is where, like, you know, the sort of hongos, the magical mushroom traditions have been preserved culturally as a healing practice. So she's going to be teaching a class called Dreaming the Cure. Diagnostic and healing practices in folk traditions, and it's about like sort of like folk notions of illness that might be like culture bound, and so that's going to be a lecture / workshop on March 16th, and I really encourage you to come if you're at all interested. She's a wealth of wisdom and knowledge and just a wonderful human being. So yeah, just wanted you to know about those events coming up. And if you're interested in learning more and you like want to know about all of our events coming up, I encourage you to sign up for the newsletter. There's an iPad in the hallway that will be available, and you can put your email on there and find out about everything that's happening here. So yeah, thank you. Thank you.